Oh, hello everybody. Thank you so much for joining us here today with Saturn's ingress into Aries. Today or tonight, this morning, wherever you're joining us from, we are joined once again by someone that many of you already know and love. We have Maurice here with us today, the 𝓩𝓸𝓻𝓪𝓷𝓽 himself. So yeah, this is Mo's third time on the channel, and every time he's here, the energy is amplified. Many of you first met him through his journey as a professional NBA shooter. He was disciplined, focused, and driven. But what makes Mo truly special and why I continuously invite him back is the evolution of his internal game. Mo brings a depth that you don't often see, his intuition that's sharpened by experience. He's incredibly emotionally intelligent, grounded, and humble, and is spiritually aware, as he's learned through his own lived experience. He channels from a place that's felt, and he speaks from a frequency that aligns with this community's highest intentions. So it's an honor to have him here again today, because this is a transition that we're stepping in together as one big collective. So thank you for being here, Mo.
Appreciate it. Happy to be here. Nice to be back. Yes, indeed. We picked a great day, Friday the 13th, lucky 13,
Yeah,
lucky number.
it's so interesting how that played out, because I didn't check the transits. Just so you know, I didn't check the transits until I asked Mo, like, let me know any date that works on from this onwards, and he was like the 13th. He just, it's like he nailed it. And then a couple hours later, I went to check what was happening that day, and it was Saturn's ingress into the sign of Aries. So I was like, he knows things without knowing it. So yeah, definitely.
That's funny. Yeah, that's lit though. Nah, I was happy when you heard me. I'm like, okay, because today's been a great day. Every day's been pretty solid. You can definitely feel the energy shift, and it's for me, it feels a lot lighter, but I still feel a great deal of shedding. I still feel shedding is happening right now, so it's almost like some last minute shedding is still occurring while the new timeline and let's say the new skin that we is starting to develop and it's starting to like come together. But yeah, it's been great, man. Friday the 13th, they tried to make that a terrible day. They gave us scary movies, and Mike, what's my man's name? Jason Voorhees. But in the end, Friday the 13th it's always been lucky for me, the lucky number. I wore that number in high school. I wore that number in college. I wore it in the pros. So 13 has always been a lucky number for me.
Yeah, it's so interesting that you say that, because when you think of 13, I think of Ophiuchus, which is like the 13th constellation or zodiac archetypal system, and she's the one that sits above this solar system, and she watches everything kind of unfold, but she sees this matrix from a higher perspective while also being inside the system. So it's like the embodiment of Christ consciousness. It literally is like the embodiment symbol, which is super interesting. And she represents the serpent, right? The snake energy. So I'm like putting everything together now, where it literally is that. It's mastery of your inner world, and now we're mastering the relationship that we have with the physical world, and the way that we also want to apply ourselves in this realm, as our soul desires to be expressed through form in this transit.
Yeah, for sure. That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and explain a little bit about Saturn entering into Aries now, because we had this precursor or prelude over the summer of 2025 where we almost got a snippet of something that is, settling into stone now. Now we're getting acquainted with a reality that literally has been in the works behind the scenes and is now settling in our immediate view in very obvious ways. Okay, so this is about paying attention to the things and the people and the opportunities that are going to be surfacing during this time, because it's almost a hint of what is going to unfold. When Saturn enters into Aries at 0 degrees, it's like this ignition point of the zodiac, and it's the first spark of creation. So it's like that primal inhale into a new lifetime, essentially, within this life. And the Sabian symbol for 1 degrees of Aries is a woman that rises from the sea. And as she does so, this seal embraces her. So it talks about like the emergence, the rebirth, the soul taking its first step on land. You know, it's like the spiritual monks, Saturn in Pisces was teaching us how to swim. And Saturn in Aries is like the sergeant, and he's teaching us how to walk on land, how we're walking into essentially this new world that's becoming available to us as we're unlocking this new world within ourselves. So yeah, it's where a new direction is essentially crystallizing for us, and it requires for us to, you know, move through this phase very disciplined. Yeah, it's a super beautiful aspect. So the aspect is to begin again. So with that, Mo, I wanted to ask you, what does begin again mean to you right now?
Yeah, I've been thinking about that a lot. For me, it feels just like just kind of just building at the stage that I'm at. Like, you know, when you think about the game, when you first played a different board, after you didn't perhaps been on the board for sometimes, you know, days, you know, it's hard to get past this one stage in the game. So, but eventually you develop so many different skills playing that game on that stage. And once you finally flip that board and get to the next stage, you pretty much kind of got to start over, because the landscape is going to be a lot different from what you're used to. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be new monsters, new tricks, new elements, you know, new things that you're gonna have to, like, you know, pretty much kind of, you know, get used to in the beginning. So for me at this point, a lot of things are coming back full circle, you know, when it comes to like the whole idea of networking, creating, and kind of just doing some of the things that I've done in the past on how, you know, working with people and stuff like that, but doing it at this stage of my development and where I've, you know, pretty much grown into. And you know, doing it from a place where the ego isn't as intense. You know, the ego is kind of like, you know, playing its role a lot more, but based off of just, you know, working with other people and allowing other people to have their ideas. So it's almost like, you know, you begin to see why it was important to, let's just say, go through, like, this is out for me personally, just going through a stage of great deal of solitude, and then coming to a stage now where I'm beginning to work with people again. So it's almost like I'm starting over in regards to just being visible again. You know what I'm saying? Because I spent most of my life being visible and doing a lot
Yeah.
of, you know, outreach work. And then for the last 2 years, it kind of was kind of slow. So I feel like I'm starting more in that regards, but just it just feels like, man, the expansion that I created, you know, inherently, you know, is exactly what prepared me to be able to operate at this stage while it still feels new. But it feels refreshing because I'm working with people who are literally helping me activate, and we activating each other, and we're literally working with each other in ways I'm like, oh man, this is the dynamics I've been looking for years. And and that feels refreshing, but at the same time, it feels new at this stage. So, you know,
Yeah.
I feel like it's an amazing transit, you know what I mean, that we're experiencing right now.
Yeah, there's so much that I want to say about what you mentioned, because even in that period of solitude, I see the snake year as something where we're shedding even on a cellular level. And when you were speaking, it reminds me of when a organism, right, that's composed up of many cells, loses electrical communication with its you know, its collective or its whole, it almost forgets its origin or its purpose. But the way that I'm seeing it is, you're restoring this internal communication, and there's a purpose that you've kind of, you know, you've fulfilled or has been fulfilled in your field, and now your purpose is evolving into something else that is in resonance with, you know, this new vibration that you're essentially seated in and you're embodying. And now there's like a new electrical signal that you're sending into the quantum field, and the quantum field is bringing in, you know, people and opportunities that are here to support you at, you know, this octave of yourself that you've never been seated at before. So your life, even though in a similar position, almost feels like we were speaking about before, this like a shift of parallels, right? It feels like you're in this world, but you're now experiencing a different version of it. And it feels like a coming of
Yeah,
age. You know, you had your birthday this week as well. So you had, you know, there's like that level up that happens in the Sims when they celebrate. It's like there's a new coming of age that it feels like you're stepping into. And that is about
yeah.
evaluation. You know, when you have your solar return, it's like things are being illuminated as far as your purpose goes and as far as your soul's journey goes.
Ain't that some? Yeah, that's what it really is. It's just kind of like kind of always have an idea what your purpose is, but for my purpose to like pretty much, I would say, expand or even just round out at this stage of my life, it feels more so like it don't feel like a duty like it used to. It used to feel like, oh, this is my duty to serve, but it felt like that for a long time for many reasons. But now at this stage, it feels like more just my presence. You know what I mean? Me being available is allowing for my purpose to be fulfilled. Just because I'm here, I'm available. I got my skills. I got my whatever tools that I need in order to provide my presence in that moment, without it ever feeling like it's work or a job at this point. So being able to experience it from a new level of wisdom and at this, I would say, stage of my life is just, it is kind of like reshaping the purpose, and the purpose is a lot more revigorated. You know what I'm saying? I tried to say it. It wasn't coming out, y'all, but it's all good. Either way, I feel rejuvenated because I'm working with individuals. Not only I did the work personally, but now I'm working with individuals who's kind of like reminding me of certain things, and teamwork. I feel like for years I really had a hard time. I had some good people I worked with. I'm not saying that, but some people just didn't. You have some people who's all about the money. Then you got some people who's about the actual cause. The people that I'm working with now, they understand both. You know what I'm saying? They tap in consciously, spiritually. They tap in on everything that we building on, but at the same time, they understand that we still rocking out business wise. So it's like it's dope to have people who understand both. It just feel like tribe time. You feel me?
Yeah, exactly. There's so much that you said there in regards to being of service. And I feel like even for me, like beginning again feels like we're choosing life, but we're meeting it with a cleaner field, like more refined. And that's going to look different from what it is that we've been doing, because we're not reacting from those old wounds, but instead we're literally stepping into a new time within ourselves, right? Like a timeline, and and time itself is consciousness traveling into a new event. And now it feels like there's this area that we're stepping into within ourselves. There's a version that we're stepping into, and that leads to kind of a new life stepping towards us as a mirrored reflection of that. And with Saturn and Aries, it's kind of burning off anything that's not aligned with whom it is that you're becoming, and it's really honoring and also being humble during that shedding process, because it reminds me of when you were talking about being of service. There was someone that commented the other day, and I'll go ahead and read to you what it is that I responded to her, because it's so on point with what it is that you said. And I was talking about, through the law of one, there's a difference between being of service and also becoming a servant. And we cannot truly be of service to another if we're not whole within ourselves. So if we're giving from fragmentation or guilt or fear, or a belief that someone outside of us is lacking something and we must supply, then we're giving from a place of distortion. And distortion creates that entanglement. So it creates like parasitic timelines that are rooted in unconscious beliefs that something outside of us needs saving, right? It's like, for example, people are fully capable on their own. When you talk about like training, even for basketball, they're completely capable of like becoming, a really, really great athlete and, excelling in that sport. But because you're coming from a place of, complete wholeness and unity, you realize that nothing is lacking, but there's an energy exchange now that's taking place, because it's not that one needs another to complete themselves. They're beings as whole that are coming into a co-creation. So it allows you to become, the energy exchange for you is like, you're becoming like a greater, like, I guess, trainer and coach, right? And a new refined version of yourself, just as they're also refining their, abilities and skills. So there's like an energetic exchange that happens. And when you are sovereign and you're self-sourced from that that sense in your whole, your embodiment becomes catalytic, because you're not trying to help and you're not like sacrificing, but there's like coherence that takes place. So it's just about being like in your own authentic alignment, where you're in service, and that exchange happens without depletion, because it's something that fulfills you, it's something that excites you. And we're kind of evolving beyond things that used to previously excite us, that maybe no longer bring us that sense of fulfillment, or we've just outgrown. So I feel like, again, service in its purest form is focusing on what feels authentic to me and this version of myself. So I feel like that is the fluidity that we're kind of moving through.
Yeah. Just to back you up on that one. We don't need an event. We don't need a classroom. We don't need anybody on a pedestal. We don't need somebody on the mountaintop. We don't need somebody on the service itself has been the actual lessons at this point. I mean, just the embodiment, the activation of who you truly are. Going to the grocery store, tapping in with your neighbor, picking up the baby sometime, you know what I mean? And doing kind things to other people. It's like we're in action mode now. It's like I think we're moving out of the phase of talking about how to, you know, perform spiritually. We die now. Let's be that now and be that fully and realize that is the service. So not to say that people won't need to be taught. I'm not saying that, but all I'm saying is just like the I would say the days where, you know, the long sermons, the workshops, and some of those days are starting to come to an end now as we, you know, have to start practicing our practicing ourselves, practicing or just being exactly what we are and letting that be the service, you know, in terms of like humanitarian work that is.
Yeah, exactly. What kind of themes do you feel like you've been noticing the collective go through right now as we're going through like that final shedding? It's almost like we're doing the final little shimmy from this, you know, the snake skin, and we already have most of us like that is here, you know, walking on the land, but maybe our other foot now is kind of getting on there. Because I feel like I'm seeing people that realize that they can't stay in old loops any longer, whether that be like relationships, identity, or like a sense of purpose. There's like this push towards truth.
Yeah. Man, you know what? It's kind of hard for me to look at it any other than I just kind of been focusing on my world so much to where it's like my world is starting to really reflect everything that I put down on paper, everything that I prayed about, everything that I worked towards. So it's just like my collective right now is starting to look like the reality that I've always wanted for myself. And obviously, there's times, you know, you might catch something on, you know, Instagram and I'm like, okay, I see that. But it's like I'm just really observing that as a different part of this reality that we live in, realizing that I believe in the earth split. But I do believe in the earth split enough to where it's like we can still kind of keep tabs on each other, like, oh, what's going on over there? Okay, all right,
Yeah.
back to my world. You know what I'm saying? And it's not necessarily affecting you, but the collective is, oh man, it's the world that I created at this point, man. Because that other world is kind of just is there, but you know, it has nothing to do with what I'm doing at this point. Not to say that I'm not concerned with some of the things that goes on in the world, but I'm just selfishly saying that I've been so focused on my world that, you know, it's just I can't even give into the old fear tactics no more. That's over. You know what I'm saying? It's been over actually.
No, that's so true with what you said. Even with Saturn and Aries, it's reclaiming the selfhood. It's like we had to lose the self in order to find ourselves again. And it's actually beautiful what you're saying, because you're speaking to your own subjective journey, and all subjectives make up the whole around what it is that we're experiencing collectively. So it's almost like the work that you've been doing internally is now just being mirrored to you, right? It's like you're now just seeing reality respond and reflect the internal shift that has happened, and is supporting you as you continue to go through those shifts.
Yeah.
So it's been amplified, you know.
Oh yeah, the support, you know, I feel like the support has even expanded, you know, over these past, I would say several weeks. I would say since like November, things were starting to like pick up. Like I would say November-ish, things were really starting, you know, to, you know, shift. So yeah, I can feel that shift.
One last question I was going to ask you is, or like we transition to inviting people on stage, and also anything that you want to talk about as well. We'll talk about that before we invite people on. But what's one thing that you would tell someone who feels like they're kind of standing at the edge of a new beginning, but they may be hesitating right now?
Oh yeah, yeah, you gotta, you know, breathe and just take those steps. You gotta move towards it. You know, I'm sure that, you know, it's all gradual steps. So unless people are having, you know, opportunities to make a great leap, man, this is the year to do that. You know what I mean? We actually are already tapped in on the fire horse energy. So, you know, if there's an opportunity that's just now is everything at this point. You know, the universe is like what you said earlier about the how physical reality is starting to catch up to what we already have within us,
Yeah.
and how where things start to move forward. So if you're looking at opportunities that might seem like you would have thought about years ago, or just kind of just procrastinated on, this is the time to really just move on it. Just go, take the steps. Don't worry about what you don't have. Just take the steps forward, and understand that life will give you what you need as long as you keep taking the steps. But as long as you keep thinking and lacking, like, oh man, I don't know if I got enough this, that, and other, you could really miss out on, not to promote fear, but you're going to miss out on opportunities that you can have, because this is the time now. So it's pushing us to live in the now, and it's pushing us to not just rush into decisions, but kind of just like, hey, we moving. Horses are fast, so it's like kind of got to keep up. So you got to make sure your body right. You got to make sure your mind right. You got to make sure you got to make sure you're stable in order to keep up with the energy and the frequency that's happening right now on the planet.
Yeah, I feel that so much with what you said, because we're actively having to disrupt our comfort zone. And right now, like next week, even on the 20th, like this time next week, Neptune and Saturn are coming into a conjunction in Aries. And I see Neptune as, otherworldly energy, things that are intangible. Saturn is the opposite, it's tangible. So I'm seeing it as, if you take action towards your dreams, that's what Neptune is. The universe comes in and it supports you in that vision faster now than ever before, but you may not have that clarity, because Neptune is also like it's a blind spot. It's where we have that calling. And I would say, for anyone that's feeling hesitation, that often it's just the mind catching up with what the soul already knows. So if you have that calling to move towards that thing, you'll gain clarity as you go on the path. Like as you walk the path will continue to unfold before you. Before you know, you'll have the resources. But you have to start with what Mo said, with what it is that you have. And when a new beginning calls you, it's because the old timeline has already expired. There's going to be this discomfort that you'll feel within your comfort zone. Again, it's like a snake keeping on, its old skin as like a blanket, but it's going to be weighing it down. And you're not just stepping into the unknown, but you're stepping into the version of yourself that you've already become. And now you get to see reality, mirror and support that transformation that's happened. So what is this version of self doing? What would be the highest expression? How can you support that? And as I was speaking to Mo before this, we were talking about, I was saying how it's like you're training your brain, right? In the prefrontal cortex, you have the anterior cingulate cortex, which is basically the part to the brain that excels when we do something that we don't want to do, like something that the ego doesn't want to do, but the soul feels fulfilled in doing and more enriched by doing. So sometimes that looks like discipline, like really hard trained athletes have this, entrepreneurs have this, creators have this, and you're all creators. So as you actively disrupt your comfort zone, you actually begin to thrive. It's almost like there's a paradox that happens, because it feels like, oh, this doesn't feel good, but it's almost something that doesn't feel good until it really does. It's almost like a really hard massage, and then it's like getting in all the knots, and it's moving things, it's moving energy where things have been previously stagnant or blocked off. Even our own belief systems that have crystallized the way that source moves through this vessel and this organism, and determines the way that we move through this construct. And there's something higher that we are now governing. It's like our internal state is governing the way that we choose to respond and the things that we choose to take action on in the external. And we're seeing that there is more than enough resources here on this planet for us. And it's knowing that you have more than you think, that you have everything you need within you. That's what this is. Within the seed of the tree, before it was ever a tree, lay dormant the DNA of its own potential, and that's every single one of you that's seeded onto this planet. So do you have anything else that you want to share, Mo, before we start inviting people on?
I think one of the main things I wanted to share at this moment is that just kind of just finalizing what we were talking about is when the universe is giving you an idea, just act on it. Even if you just write it down, just do something, anything that can move you towards some action steps when that idea comes. And then from there, the steps will continue to, like you said, pan themselves out. But you absolutely must, just act on it. That's it. You ain't gotta have everything figured out. You know what I'm saying? This is called a process. So it's like, if you just continue to act on whatever you're inspired to do, just do it. And then the rest will follow every time.
That's exactly what it is with Neptune and Saturn, because it's like the veil thinning is actually our consciousness expanding into new dimensions, which is just new frequencies. So I feel like it's being really you know, catching yourself on what is stopping you from taking that action. Like, where are you getting in your own way, and how can you observe that fear, become greater than, you know, your mental pain, your emotions, and then you'll master your relationship with the physical realm. So yeah, 100%. Are you ready? We'll start bringing some people on. We have.
Okay, let's get it.
All right, let's bring on Richie. And your face.
Hello. Oh my God, this is crazy. Oh, just rocking my otter spirit right now. Just
oh my gosh, yeah, you're really
otter spirit. Yeah. So first off, I just want to say thank you so much for holding this space, because this is incredible. TT, I have not followed Mo, but I'm very grateful for coming across your path. I have so much appreciation and respect for you, because it's almost like you walked up to the table and you were like, listen, put me right in the middle of the ego. I'll take care of it. Because I can't even go to the gym. I just can't. Like, I have so much respect for you. But first of all, I can't make a hoop for my life. Like, if my life depended on it. I mean, in elementary school, we had field day. And people literally laughed because I tried really hard to make that hoop. I guess overly hard. But anyway, you are in a place where it's like, when you were talking before, I felt everyone felt you. Like, your team, they feel you. You have a very powerful presence. So you can literally change that mood. You can make them ready. You can make them calm. And it's just an incredible, like, it's a very big challenge for you, because there's a lot of ego with sports. Whenever there's competition, it's hard. It's hard to, I always found it difficult for me. Like, if I'm playing beer pong or something, I used to love beer pong. That I could make. That cup I'll make. That's no problem. But yeah, it's really incredible the position that you're in, and it, what you were able to overcome, and you were able to be that light where you are. It's incredible. I admire you greatly. So TT, I love you, bro. Yeah, like, this is actually a soul family. And I'm sorry, what happened?
Too, bro. It's kind of hard. What's that? Chill out.
Yeah, this is graffiti, bro. Shout out to Sekhmet.
Oh, that's my man, Lion King.
Yeah, bro.
I remember Dog. Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah,
that's what's up, man. We kind words, brother. That's love, bro. For sure.
Yeah, this is I wasn't able to do this. I wasn't able to speak. I didn't have this ability. So Spirit had a interesting way of getting me in line. So I started following TT a year ago. I was at my lowest point. I was on a spiritual journey for about 12 years. I was channeling, I was meditating, I got into Reiki, I was doing energy work. I thought I knew it all, but no, I was far from it. Basically at my lowest point, I just needed guidance. I needed somewhere to go. And literally I was in the bottom of a well, and TT's walking along, and she's just like, oh dear, I'll help you out. And she reached down, she grabbed me, she pulled me out, and I've been following her ever since. I watched just about every video. But when you were in Egypt, that was very, very powerful. It was a shift. I felt a shift. So long story short, listen, I just had my throat chakra unblocked for 20 years. You got to bear with me. There's a lot that I got to say. There's a lot that Spirit has to say or wants to say. Basically, when I was young, when I was a teenager, I had a bad batch of weed, and it basically, when you get that paranoia and that anxiety from marijuana, the shaman in Egypt told me that it was sprayed with cologne. But anyway, I was young. I was like 15 or 16, and I basically had that paranoia permanently. It didn't go away. So it stopped a lot of things. Like I had this incredible connection with my eyes. Like I could look deep into your eyes and I could make you feel better. I could change your whole mood, and that was just gone, severed, cut. I couldn't go out. I lost a lot of friends, girls I wanted to hook up with, didn't work out. I just became a hermit. So congratulations. You found me. You found the ultimate hermit. I came out of my shell. So long story short, skip forward. there was three major things that changed my spiritual trajectory a lot. One was the Reiki. Two was religiously and spiritually. It's like I never considered myself religious. I never felt comfortable in a church. I don't know why. I didn't know why until I went into this book club around the block for me at the Reiki Center. I've been with them ever since. I've done jobs for them. I built shelving for them, and they're like my best friends now. I knew them for 10 years. I was in a book club, and the book was called Mary Magdalene Revealed. So when I read this book, in this book club, and it spoke about what was taken out of the Bible, which was the feminine side of God. So you have Mother, Father, God. That was the missing piece that I didn't feel comfortable with. So when I read this book and it started going through all these beautiful, incredible stories of these very powerful women, these women that perform miracles just as well as Jesus did, it created a hole. It was a missing piece. So much to the point where I got the Carnegie cross tattooed. That's Mary Magdalene's symbol, if you could see it. It's my favorite tattoo. So that it meant so much to me that I got that. And then the other shift that was massive after that one, the third one, was you, TT. Because I literally was at my lowest level and I felt Egypt. I felt you. I felt Egypt. I felt everything. And I'm like, all right, so I need to follow this path. So I've been very determined to heal because I wanted to be where you are mentally, spiritually, physically. You're running, you're going to the gym, like, so physically too. You almost got me signed up to a gym membership. But anyway, so anyway, I'm going to try to keep this short because I was dying to tell you about Egypt because you gave me the courage to go. I really wanted to tell you about Egypt, if that's all right. Real brief.
Please do, because that's the missing piece of the story now. And I know I read your email as well. It was such a beautiful email. But Mo, this is Richie who went with Lee, right? You guys met there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I went with Lee. Oh my God, it was so funny. So we're sitting outside the pyramid, right? We're sitting outside and we're waiting to get on the bus to go to the pyramid. And I'm like, and one of the people we were with, this Reiki man, which I have had past lives with half of these people. Like thanks to you, I have a spiritual group that I speak to now. Like we have a WhatsApp. I didn't even know what WhatsApp was. This is the first time I'm on a computer, a laptop in 6 years. 6 years, at least 6 years. I haven't had a laptop. I texted Lee that I bought a printer and I was as giddy as a little kid when I printed out something off my phone. I'm like, holy shit, this is awesome. You know, like that's how much of a hermit I am. No Facebook, no Instagram. I finally started my own carpentry business, which is great, but now I'm into the spirituality more. But anyway, so we were sitting outside the pyramid and I'm like, well, I wonder how I watch this tarot card reader and I don't know how she gets in these places with these cards. Why did they stop her? Lee turns and he looks at me and he goes, TT? And I was like, yeah, oh my God. And it was crazy. So ever since that moment, me and him were just really close. You know, we knew it was meant to be, brother from another mother. And it was really beautiful. Yeah. And so we connected in that way. But anyway, I never traveled before. By myself. I never went anywhere by myself. I never been in an airport by myself. So this was a leap of faith. I wasn't even here. Sophia is a shaman. She's Sophia Lush. And I wanted to bring her up on purpose because she has a master class on her website to help to streamline your healing. She channels frequencies and it's insanely powerful to the point where you feel everything. So she chants. So there's 3 videos. The first one is a relief of trauma. The second one is a soul retrieval. And then the third one is the Kundalini activation. So if you find Sophia Lush, I highly recommend her. She's incredible. And I followed her the same time that I followed TT. And as I'm following her throughout the year, I'm feeling her energy and she's healing me. And she's talking about Egypt throughout the year. She's like, this is going to be my last trip. If you're meant to be here, you'll be here. Right? So I'm in Maryland. I'm not even in New York. I'm not even home. I'm in Maryland, and my sister texts me. She goes, "Yeah, you got a check in the mail from a previous job. I'm like, what? She's like, yeah. And it wasn't specified because I worked for state parks. I was a trades generalist in state parks as a mechanic, carpenter, whatever they needed. And basically they just sent me a check for like $2,500. I'm like, what? I was like, and then I looked up and there was only one spot left to go to Egypt. So I'm like, fuck, I have to go. I meant to go. Yeah. And so I'm in Maryland and I got my dad sending me pictures of my freaking passport. So I go, and now my whole family's helping me through this. So I'm in the airport. My whole family is like calling me, hey, how you doing? I'm like, oh, everything's good. Everything's good. All right. So I'm going to skip to Cairo. So I get to Cairo, and there's a bank in the airport in Cairo. I go up. I give them $300. For $300, you get like 15 grand, like in pounds, right? Sure. So I nearly lost my legs. I'm like, really? I walked out of that place feeling like a rock star. No, an NBA player. I felt like an NBA player. I walked out of there and I'm like, all right, I'm king of the world. I was king of the world for about 2 days because that money was gone. Richie doesn't know how to haggle. Richie doesn't haggle. If you want a certain amount of money for something, I give it to you. I don't, it is what it is. I met an architect. I met all these people. Anyway, there's an architect in our group. We'll get to that. So the guys in the lobby, I didn't even know it was a scam until I got there. This dude was waiting for me. So I just went from my heart. I was just feeling in my heart the whole time. I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to roll with it. And I know that God will get me to where I'm meant to be. And it turned out, I didn't even look up the hotel. But when I got there, the hotel was freaking gorgeous. It was a beautiful hotel in Cairo. And we go, these dudes that sell stuff on the first floor, they caught me good, bro. They caught me good. They pulled me in. And they knew. They took one look at me like, we got this guy. So I walked in. I spent about $400 in American within an hour. But I knew it wasn't about the money. It was something much deeper. Because once I spent a little bit of money, this dude goes, all right, by the way, I am a Reiki master. And I'm very in tune. You need to speak to Sekhmet. You need this statue, which cost $100, by the way, which would have been $20 on Amazon. So I bought this statue, and he said, you need these 3 oils. You need the jasmine, you need the amber, and you need something else. Another $100. But anyway, he goes, you need to sit in a triangle. You need to sit in a triangle in your room. And I couldn't sleep the whole week. The energy was so freaking high. I was channeling the whole freaking week. We'll get to that. Right. But basically he said, sit in this style, call her in. And she was there immediately, like she was waiting for me. So basically, Sekhmet took me in literally as like her son the whole week. Wow. The whole week she was with me, and I felt her tapping on my third eye. She was preparing me for the meditations. My nickname for the week was the baby. My nickname was the baby because I would cry a lot in every meditation, because that's usually I'm a very emotional person. I'm very resilient and strong physically to pain, but mentally I am a very, very sensitive person. So I would cry. I would cry a lot, like, but not sadness. Like before I even finished this healing, which was interesting to me, I thought that I needed to activate my Kundalini, my third eye, my spine, my antenna. I felt like I was completely turned off. Yet I was able to cry tears of joy, feeling into heaven. So a lot of the channeling that I do now, it has everything to do with you already being who you're meant to be and being where you're meant to be. And the heaven inside of you, your soul is a physical weight. Heaven is also a physical weight inside of you. You're always in heaven. You're connected to heaven. You've always been. But right now, it's been so long that we've been waiting. We're so programmed to wait. It's been thousands of linear years, hundreds of lifetimes. I found out that I had 789 lives on this planet. So I had a lot to let go of. But when I was anyway, I go on tangents. I'm sorry. Throat chakra, So in Egypt, we did these very, very powerful meditations. Very powerful. And in front of the Sphinx, I felt pieces of my soul come back to me. They hit me in the chest, and it felt like a physical object hit me. when we were doing that. So Sophia would follow Sophia, and she would do her chants, and we were getting psychically attacked the whole time. I didn't even know what that was. You know, I channeled, but in many different ways, like weird ways, like security guards going to kick us out when didn't really call for it, like stuff like that. Right in the middle of the coffee shop, right outside the older museum, right in the coffee shop, you know, Sophia was getting psychically attacked. So all the women in the group started doing Reiki to her and protection around her right in the coffee shop. So I'm sitting there like, whoa. And I'm still needing to be healed, come out of my shell. So I'm just standing there taking it in. But I didn't even know what that was. You know, Yeshua said, when you walk among the clouds, nothing can reach you. So I was always in the freaking clouds. I always felt like, but another thing that I need to mention is that I never actually gave any thought to the dark side. I never tried to tap into the dark side. I always didn't entertain demons or give them any of my energy at all. So I didn't know what psychically attacked was. So they taught me what it was. And basically, just recently when TT was talking about loving all fractals of yourself, when I came across TT, I didn't love myself. I didn't love myself for 20 years. I don't think I ever did. I had an underlying feeling of anxiety, and then it was brought out times 1,000. So I did what I had to do. I still worked. I still went to trade school. It was just a lonely road. But, you know, we all come here and to the third density, and we all receive our scars, but you chose to get those scars. You chose, you know, what you were going to get through. And now it's like that song, Papa Roach, scars remind you of your past. But now it's up to you to heal yourself of those scars, because you don't want to be reminded of your past. You need to release your past. You can't ascend until you release your past. You release these scars. And that's what I had to do. I had to learn to love myself. So it was a long journey. But I learned from Sophia as Sekhmet's talking to me, and I'm channeling through the week, and we're doing these meditations. Sophia was doing work on me, and she said, well, you have a massive blockage in your throat. And I said, well, I'm not surprised. And she goes, well, you were killed in multiple past lives for speaking your truth. So that's a big reason why I couldn't talk at all. So this right now is very special for me. Like, this is very, very special for me. I wouldn't be here right now if it wasn't for this divine feminine and these goddesses that I have on my side, you know, like TT and Sophia, it's really incredible. So by the end of the week, there's a lot in between, but I'm going to skip. By the end of the week, actually, right when I was in front of Sekhmet's statue, right when I was in front of her statue, I felt her pushing. She wanted me to sing. She's pushing, and she goes, sing, speak. So the women are doing their chants. The women are doing, like, Sophia's doing her thing, Maria's doing her thing, and so I just started going along with it. That's doing like a ooh, like a frequency every time, like in tandem with them. And it was beautiful. It turned out to be beautiful. And I loved it. It was very powerful. And that by the end of the week, she was speaking through me. So by the end of the week, we had our last meditation, and Sophia's tapping on my back, and she goes, there's something you have to say. There's something you have to say. And Sekhmet spoke through me to the group. She spoke through me to the group. And it's been much clearer. I feel closer to my true self than ever before. And we all should. Like, we all have to realize, like, we actually are in the moment that we've always been waiting for, but it's for us to realize. It's like we're waiting for ourselves to realize that we're already here. And we've been here. You've always been in heaven. You don't see it, but the fact that you could feel it means that it's actually there. And now when you start to love all aspects of yourself, like with the Egypt group, we started doing Akashic work. They taught me, hey, like, just like TT said in her videos, same thing. She's like, you have to love all fractals of yourself. And they told me, she goes, this woman in the group, she goes, but, you know, this woman, Sonia, she's very in tune, very psychic. She's like, but Rich, you were the bad guy too. You were the bad guy. You weren't always the good guy. You had many lives. No one is only the good person. You're also the bad person. You need to love all aspects of yourself, not just yourself in this life. So you need to completely love yourself, even outside of you. Even like the elites, I did all like 3 years of research in my hermetism, learning about the deep state, the space, the secret space program, all these things going on behind the scenes. You got to love those people too. You have to love the evil. You have to love the darkness. You have, because then you're not entirely loving yourself. So I'm like, oh, I get it, you know? So then I'm really loving the entirety of all of existence, you know, and you are all of existence. You're everywhere and everything but nothing. So it makes sense. It made sense, but you can hear something 1,000 times, but until you're activated enough to integrate it. And that's how I was able to tell how much my DNA is actually activating and uncoiling, so to speak. Like TT says, it unravels, it's compressed and then it slowly unravels. Like that's how I could tell, because my guides or something that you come across online, you would hear 1,000 times. Like heaven is within you. Heaven is within you. You'd hear it 1,000,000 times. Sometimes words lose their power, lose their meaning when you hear them so many times. But when you are ready to integrate it, when you did the healing, then it makes sense, and I could feel it. So yeah, so that was Egypt in a nutshell. It was the best time of my life. I felt very safe. I felt very secure. Sekhmet took me in as her own son, and then when I got home, I realized that she only had one son. I spoke to her, and I'm like, you know, you don't really have a great past. She goes, oh, we all had our teenage years. You know, like she was really cool. But anyway, I wanted to just mention lastly that in the Egypt group, we do this Akashic opening and closing. So you can access your Akashic record, and anyone that's listening can access their Akashic record, and you can just visualize and take in whatever you want to receive from that space. So maybe sometime in the future, if you want to do that, we could open it and close it, and everybody can just basically join in their Akash and see what they receive. And there was something else I wanted to mention. The woman Liz from Egypt, that in my Egypt group, she initiated me into something called Starfire, where it's a channeled ancient way of being able to hold more light within you. So it can make your grid work more powerful. It can make your meditations more powerful. It can make your Reiki more powerful, and make it easier for you to hold space wherever you are. So I was going to post a link for that, but she initiated me into it, and it was very beautiful. I activate it whenever I possibly can, and it definitely makes a difference. It helps me hold more light. So I highly recommend that. I could post the link or whatever. So I just want, you know, to help any way that I can, the collective. And I don't see you guys as strangers anymore. Like I used to look at everybody as strangers, but I know that you're not. I know that we're one family. We're one soul family. Even the people watching, you know, normally I wouldn't be able to speak at all, but accepting the fact that you're my family, it helps tremendously. And yeah, so I don't want to take any more of your time, but it was, you know, maybe next time we could do some channeling. I would love to do some channeling. Like I wanted to introduce myself and make myself known, but thank you so much. I mean, thank you. Like TT, you are a godsend. You're literally a blessing, and you're beyond. And Mo, you are in a very special position because you're a very special person, and you're powerful enough to do what you're doing. So I appreciate you. I appreciate TT. I appreciate you making this space, and hopefully we can do some channelings. You know, I'm sure Sekhmet would love to speak. I'm sure you know, anyone else would love to come through. And I do want to say that Thoth mentioned that in this existence, you will not, I want to try to word this correctly, you won't want to leave, not out of fear of death, but you won't want to leave because of the love that you've created here. There's about to be so much love within this construct of this new earth that we're now creating that you won't want to leave, not out of fear, but because you want to stay here because it's that fun and it's that peaceful. And peace, they say, is the overall feeling of heaven. And you are in heaven right now, and you can tap into it easier than ever. Just work on those scars, and I promise you, everything is coming to you that is promised to you. All of your gifts, all of your glory, all of your love, everything you deserve. The work all the work that you've done has not gone unseen. All the work that you've done, all the light work, every tear that you've shed behind closed doors, everything has been recorded, everything is known, and your gifts are awaiting you. And I am very excited to experience this new earth with all of you. Thank you so much for your time. I love you so much.
Oh,
have a wonderful day, guys.
Oh man, my gosh. Yeah, so there's so much. Ooh, there's so much that Richie said there. Even about Egypt. Egypt is like it's a throat chakra activation space. I don't know if you've seen like the map of Gaia, but so many people come there for throat chakra activations, and in order to activate that space, you'll go through like this series where if there is any like paranoia or instability that you've been feeling within the root, you'll be working through deep shame, right? Solar plexus. You'll be coming into self-trust and also learning boundaries, solar plexus, and in order to come into your interconnectedness, it's like you'll work your way up. I had the exact same experience with Saturn as well, where it was very much throat chakra activations and also channeling her, because you're tuning into these different dimensional fields. When you're vibrating at a very specific frequency, you're then opening up this place of occupation, right, where deities occupy those realms and they reside in those realms, and you're able to become a conduit and actually channel and streamline that information as well. There's so much that Richie said there that was so beautiful. And what would you say about the psychic attacks, Mo? Because I feel like that's an important topic, because for myself, even how Richie said, how does she bring the cards in here? I always find like the way unfolds. I just know that if I come in and I know why I'm there, then the intention follows. But there are times where we speak about this as well, one-on-one, where you're in the third density, so you will experience a level of contrast, even if that is 1%. If you're walking on like the the unbeaten path, the path left traveled, you're going to face a little bit of resistance there. And I usually, again, you don't take it personally. I see it through an interconnected lens, and sometimes the obstacles show you the way, right? When there is a path of resistance, sometimes you are being almost like it's a point of not just divergence but convergence, right? It's like adhering you to another path, and you start seeing that the path isn't straight. It's not as linear as you think. Sometimes it is a winding and bending road where it's like you collect what it is that you need here, and then you're redirected elsewhere, and then there may be another path of resistance, but it's all leading you back home. The same thing with life. What would you say? What do you want to say about what he said? There's so much that he said there.
Yeah. Like, well, man, we talk about psychic attacks. I think psychic attacks, man, there's so many different ways you can look at it. I believe like a lot of times we're psychically attacked is either when we're literally on the brink of cracking codes, or if you're uncertain about something. You know what I mean? Uncertainty can really create the doubt frequency. The doubt frequency can turn into a psychic attack. So these are technically all thought forms that live within the vibrational plane that we live in, but they're also they can only attract to you once you're actually in that state of doubt, fear, worry, or any of these psychic attacks, or even if you, like I was saying earlier, if you like literally waking people up, there's an entity that's like literally that's their job to like counteract that sort of frequency. So it's like, okay, this is the frequency of vibration of awareness of self again. It has to be the polar opposite that exists that's going to perform itself in this duality, right? So it's almost like you can't have one without the other. That's why they always say, don't get too high, don't get too low. Because if you do get too high emotionally, I would say thought forms or deities or archons, they can actually, manipulate that frequency as well, just as much as they can manipulate the frequency if you get too low. So that's why it's like a lot of times when you do get excited about something, hey, bring it back home and just be like, okay, that's great. Act like you've been here before. That's why they say like, there's times where people finally get their money and they want to stunt, they want to flash, and then some trash, something happened bad like right after that, because you created such a vortex of this up here that the universe has to respond in a certain way. So it's almost like you gotta, be grateful. You don't have to always, be over the top whenever you get blessed. So, those things will create psychic attacks over time, because now you're afraid of, getting your hopes up. Now, it's so many things that goes with it. But ultimately, when I really think about psychic attacks, I mainly think about the idea of, us having leaks in our aura.
Yeah.
So many, in so many ways to think about it. Sometimes we might have leaks, and it's up to you to, fix those leaks and go back and revisit those things. And that's where our trauma comes into play, where the signals and the emotional signals that we get from traumatic situations that we're triggered from, that's showing you where the leaks are, and those are the things you need to pay attention to. And that's how the psychic attacks really get you. But like I said, it's so multifaceted how this game works. He talked about 𝓲, and 𝓲 talks about that in the tablets when he talked about not the angles, but the pursuers. He talked about the pursuers and how they how they operate. They work through angles. You know what I'm saying? Just like they say. So the angles are those blind spots you might not know about, and there's so many ways of looking at it. But
what did you say about traveling in angles, not curves? It was something
curves,
like that.
Yep, something along those lines. So it's like just basically waiting for you to slip, and to where it's like you reach a level to where it's like, oh, there's a kink in the, what they say, a chink in the armor type deal, and that's when you get the doubts, then the whispers, and some of those more intense attacks that you might feel. A lot of times it's happening, especially at night when you get ready to go to sleep. You're trying to sleep. That's when those, whoo. And then I always get a whisper like, hey, it's cracking right now. It's an attack. You know what I'm saying? You got to be aware of that. You know what I mean? That's it. One thing that we always talk, we like, is this thought form, is it helping me excel, or is it keeping me in a place of, is it helping me to think this thought? So it's like, that's helping me actually, transmute these thoughts a lot faster. But yeah, psychic attacks, man, they are a thing, so you got to be aware of it and know that it's not you.
Yeah, I agree completely with what you were saying. I actually am going to make a whole teaching video on this. I already have it planned around not just psychic attacks, but also like sleep paralysis and other thought forms in our field, because the thought form can gain agency in the physical realm, where again, if you are thinking repeatedly, right, a thought form is created from reinforced thoughts and also the bioelectrical charge of that emotion behind that. So if you're thinking, I'm being judged in that moment, your subconscious core belief system is how reality manifests itself. So reality says, oh, you're doubting your position here, you're not sure why you're here right now, even if that's someone in the collective group, again, on a subconscious level, then it's like, okay, bet, right? We're going to send someone in, we're going to send out an agent to reinforce, okay, are you supposed to be here? What is your position here? And you may even think maybe even someone's against me. Okay, guess what? You see the world as through the lens of hostility, or see hostility everywhere you go. Or there's negative energy around you, right? So that's where you have to be aware of what your filter of perception is at that point in time. And yeah, it's spot on with what you said. It will manifest and collapse. That thought form collapses into the physical realm. So you'll see it being shown to you through things around you. That's why the obstacles are showing you the way, but it's not to an external place, it's to something within you in that moment in time. So I noticed that, and it happens very fast, especially on the 𝓂 complex when you're there. But yeah, it happens everywhere, like in any time. And that can happen positively as well, which is not just the negative charges. But yeah, that's the way it's a very, very important topic. But again, as you said, those negative thought forms that you keep reinforcing, they create tears in your field. You don't have a very strong field of awareness because you're not aware of everything that's happening within you. That's why awareness is your ultimate protection, and to accept things at face value, to accept every aspect of yourself and not reject that. Otherwise you're literally rejecting multiple timelines of, you know, experiences and memories and things that are waiting for you to integrate and heal them. So yeah, it's yeah, it's super, super interesting.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Are we ready to bring someone else on? I saw
let's get it.
Wait, hold on. Ooh, oh, hold on. We have 𝓬𝓪𝓬 in here. Whoa. Hi, 𝓬𝓪𝓬.
What's goody?
You're on mute right now. I don't know if I can mute you. You are, oh yeah. You are muted. You have to unmute yourself real quick. Can you hear me? You're still muted. Let me try.
Peace. Oh, love and light to everybody. How everybody doing?
Good. How are you? Thank you for joining. Yeah, thank you for coming on, because I did get you in the comment section. No, I always see you and Retro in the comment section, and you're always dropping just like gems of knowledge. I was like, we need to get 𝓬𝓪𝓬 on here. I hope Retro comes on too. We can bring him up as well. Thank you for showing face.
No doubt. You know, when you asked the other day, my face, I don't know if y'all familiar with how Kanye looked when he went through his car accident, right? But my face was looking like that the other day. So what's good? So you know, I put a lot of energy and attention in myself to heal up, to be ready for this. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you good.
I gotta press something?
No, you're good. You're good. If you can hear us, you're good.
Still muted?
No, you're not muted. You're good. You're good.
No,
you muted yourself now.
You can't hear me?
You just muted yourself.
All right, how about now? Oh, he 𝓬𝓪𝓬. Yeah, you muted. Yeah.
You're on mute. Yeah, you're good.
You good now, bro?
Y'all hear me now?
You're good.
Y'all know I don't know nothing about this.
I know. You're funny. You were like, I'm not that tech savvy. You were like, I was like, just get on here if you can. So I'm glad you
No, not at all. Not at all.
Yeah. What's a good word, bro? Talk to us.
Hey, man. One breath at a time. One breath at a time.
Yeah.
That's how I do it. One breath at a time.
That's real.
Yeah.
That's real.
How are you feeling?
What's been the dialogue today? I'm feeling much better than I was.
From the year of the snake.
I'm not touching anything though.
No, you're good. You're good.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I can hear you,
bro.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah. There's no problem, no issues. Just sit back, chill, and continue. How are you feeling?
Nothing. I don't know what's happening. I'm good. I'm good. I'm better than I was.
How are you feeling with this shift now? Because now we're about to head in.
Again?
No. Can you hear us say who?
I can hear y'all. Can y'all hear me?
We can hear you.
You perfect, bro.
There's nothing wrong at all.
No, you good. You good.
I keep hearing like playback things I already said. Hello?
You got YouTube on?
Hey,
turn off. You got the YouTube on another phone or something?
Why? Can you hear double playback?
Okay. How about now?
Yeah, we
give
can.
me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second.
Okay. He might get headphones. He might have a playback on his. Remember retro. Please, please on the talk, just talk. I hope you get back up on here. You're very welcome to join the session again.
I'm not too savvy at all, so y'all bear with me.
Yeah, you good? Can you hear us good, bro?
Can you hear us good?
I keep hearing playback. I don't know what's going on.
Maybe try. Do you have any headphones, 𝓬𝓪? I'm not sure if that will help or not.
No, I got everything off now except the computer.
Can you not hear us? I think he's got playback. What's good, Retro?
What's up, Joe?
What's up?
Yeah.
Give me 1 second.
Peace out. What's good? Oh yeah, we hear you crystal clear, but we can't hear. Oh yeah, we can hear you crystal clear. Can you hear us though?
You good, baby?
Who, me?
Yeah, can we hear you? Can you hear? I'm sorry. Can you hear us?
We can hear you, 𝓬𝓪, if you can hear us.
Let me lock in. Blessings. I don't know if y'all can hear me.
No, we can hear you.
Yeah.
I hear everybody.
Good. Locked in then.
What's up?
No, but organized chaos. It's fine.
He said he can hear everybody. We good.
Yeah, I wanted to get you both on here because I always see you guys in the live chat, and just the knowledge that you guys drop and the way that you bounce off each other's energy is always just, it's such a pleasure to witness.
Nah, yeah. What's up, 𝓬𝓪? It's been a while. Seeing you in person for the first time.
What it do, Retro?
Nah, yeah.
For sure.
I like the topics I was talking about like what was I talking about? Energy. What was that? Like psychic attacks? That's what y'all was talking about?
Yeah, what's your take on that?
I feel like I feel like on psychic attacks, like for me at least, like I know it be happening. Like I feel like what they say, like new levels, new devils. So it's like I feel like the more you rise within your frequency of vibration, like the more you clear up space and allow, you know, God's frequency or God's love to fill your vessel. It's always a lot of things on the external that try to like mess with that, if that makes sense. Like for instance, if I'm building up on my, like, let's say confidence or my happiness, whatever the case is, there's always going to be something like either external or internal to kind of mess with that rise, if you get what I'm saying. So for us, that's why it's important to like sharpen our sword, in a sense. Like when I say sharpen our sword, like more so our mind and where our attention goes, because it's like if we like Mo said, if there's like a crack in your armor, in a sense, like all it takes is that little bit of not paying attention, and you start going down like this rabbit hole, or down a road you're not really supposed to go down, if that makes sense. Like you want to stay on the, because that happens though, you know what I'm saying? Like it's not like you could really stay high vibrational all the time. Like we have our highs and lows. So I feel like sometimes that we feel like it's random, but I feel like it's there to help us as well and grow, like the contrast.
Yeah, it's never like a wild card. Everything's drawn in through resonance. And it reminded me of what Mo said. Sometimes it is a level of resistance right before you're going to break through, right? I think about it as a seed that's moving through the soil and it's about to burst out into a new atmosphere, and that's receiving something. But what used to be your ceiling soon is becoming your floor. And I see it as like a breakthrough in consciousness itself. And also like new things that you're seeing, or the same events that you're seeing through new eyes. There's another thing that I wanted to talk about where I think it was Richie said something about when you're at like the heights of the clouds, then and you're walking from like a heaven perspective, and your interconnectedness to all things can't touch you from that place. And there was something that I was channeling the other day about snakes, and a snake can't glide across a smooth floor. I was watching a podcast about this guy that lived in the Amazon for many years, and he was showing us an example of when snakes are on a flat surface, they kind of do like a little worm wiggle, but they can't move properly. On flat ground it struggles because there's no traction, there's no leverage and nothing to push against. But if you place that same snake on the jungle floor where it has roots and it has rocks or uneven soil, or like fallen branches, suddenly it becomes like fluid in its navigation style, extremely precise, because it thrives from contrast, not in spite of it. It thrives because of the contrast. Same thing with resistance training. That's the way that you grow muscle. That's the same way that you strengthen your auric field, by coming back into awareness. Again, you fall out, you become conscious of it, and there's that fluidity and that exercise. So it uses the very obstacles around it to generate momentum, right? It says, okay, the obstacles are showing me the way, the direction, and you begin to master that. You begin to meet resistance from a place of, actually embracing it and using it as like momentum. Have you ever heard the quote of something around, you accept all vibes, not just good vibes only, right? You're an alchemist. You'll take whatever life can throw you, even if it's unholy. So it's knowing that you can accept everything and use it as energy and momentum to further accelerate along your path. And the soul evolves in the same way, where it doesn't grow on like perfectly smooth terrain. You're here in the multidimensional plane so that you can experience that level of, again, like resistance, so that the soul can ultimately glide.
Yeah. I feel like that's
we've mastered this now, heading out of the year of the snake. That's something that we've learned to do this past year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, that's a good analogy for sure. That's a great analogy. Bro.
What do you say?
You over there sparking up? Oh, that's the incense. What you got going? What's that? Hey.
Nah, yeah, that remind me of Oh, I ain't mean to interrupt.
So that's the stage popping?
No, continue, Joseph. I think
they remind me two things, right? They kind of remind me of this story this dude was telling me. It was about like a gambler, right? So like he was down to his last. He was always gambling, whatever the case is. And the gambler had died, right? He had went to heaven, and in heaven he got a jackpot on every single one of the machines, right? So it's like it got to a point where he got bored. Yeah, he got a jackpot on every single machine, but he had got bored of hopping on every machine and just receiving the jackpot. So long story short, basically he was telling me that story, letting us know that if we were to receive everything we wanted at our fingertips, life wouldn't be as fun, like quote unquote fun, because in receiving and going through the struggles and then receiving the blessing, that's what makes us appreciate the blessing more. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. he had told me that story, and it kind of made sense to me. It kind of clicked. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. I mean, yeah, in a sense, if you were to get everything you want, you wouldn't really appreciate it as much. And then I also had this other analogy, or like example. Where's she go? I had this other example about like life is like building sandcastles, and the reason why I say that, because a sandcastle don't last forever. You know what I'm saying? Like you build it, you make it look nice. Eventually the water comes, or something comes and it messes it up. You know what I'm saying? But you don't get sad about it, or you don't get depressed about it. I mean, you can, but those are just emotions that are gonna run through you. That's temporary. What you do is you just build another sandcastle. You might even like the second sandcastle compared to the first one. You know what I'm saying? And then the second one it might just happen to the second one. You know what I'm saying? Like the second one, it looks better, it looks more unique. The water comes, messes it up. What you do, you might get sad a little bit again, but then you get up and you build another sandcastle, and so on and so on. Because every time you get up and build some, well, we're just gonna use this as an example. Hopefully y'all catch my drift. But more so like you get up and build another sandcastle, regardless if your sandcastle, whatever life happens to you, like if it messes up, you just get up and do it again, because it's in the process of building the sandcastle, well, quote unquote, you know what I'm saying, or in the process of fixing our life is where we get the blessings. That's a blessing in itself. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and even what you said, it reminds you of nothing in this world is to be possessed anyway. So the ocean is reminding that, right? The ocean represents like source and the infinite realm. It's teaching us that nothing is to be possessed. Even like the lottery jackpot wins, it is ordinarily just an experience, and you wouldn't have anything to compare it to. If you wouldn't even understand the value of the sandcastle itself if it wasn't swept away. So, and then you realize that it's not even about the sandcastle at all. Sometimes it is just the materials in this realm and the skills and abilities that you're able to acquire through that, that resistance, through that fluidity. No, that's a beautiful analogy.
Yeah, that just reminds me of the art of detachment, just like history showing us, where we're not emotionally attached to things in this physical reality, so it's amazing how things tend to, go away when we hold on tighter to it, but versus when we kind of just, become neutral about all of it, knowing that, we're renting everything's just for the moment, and just realizing that all good things come to an end, you know what I'm saying, in this physical reality. So yeah, I feel like I'm sure like every last one of us on this call have been through many instances where life put us in positions where we had to let something go in order for us to receive something far greater and much more expansive than what we have in the moment. You feel me?
Yeah, I like that. I like that more. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I feel like our attachment to things, like even it could be objects or even people. Like we could love people, but one day we are going to have to end up leaving here, if that makes sense, or coming back, whatever the case is. And it's like we can't let that. Even like I know certain people go through death. Like I had experienced death in my life, and it's like sometimes we got to rise above that, because we can't let ourselves, we can't let the external navigate our internal, if that makes sense. So like for me, like that's what I've been practicing lately. Just I feel like our minds are meant to create, not really think like that, if that makes sense. Like I feel like we're beings of creation. So like for me, like if anybody were to be starting off like this quote unquote spiritual journey, like I don't really like to label it, because by me labeling it, it kind of puts it on a pedestal, and it makes it seem like it's far when it's not. It's like there, if that makes sense. Like it's how do I articulate it? Like some people be like spiritual this and they put it up here, and it kind of makes it seem like it's not, it's far to reach or something like that, when it's really just is, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I would tell people, like if they starting off on a spiritual journey, like it's not what people think it is, you know what I'm saying? Like it comes with a lot, and I feel like a lot of people get the misconception that being on this path is easy, when really it comes with a lot. Like it teaches you a lot of skills, a lot of things that's gonna help you navigate through this world. And I feel like one thing that I would tell somebody if they were starting off, like observe your mind, observe your thoughts, observe where your emotions are coming from. Because sometimes, like Mo said, like those emotions or those thoughts are not ours sometimes. You know what I'm saying? It either comes from the area you in, or like wherever you at. You know what I'm saying? Those kind of play a part. Because a lot of people, you could be in an area and it could be full of like people who think negative. And let's say you were a positive thinker, and well, well, you try to stay on that positive vibration. You heading into that area, if you're not protected, or if you don't protect yourself internally, you might be affected by the thought frequencies other people are giving off. So it's always good to protect yourself, and as well as like back to what I was saying about like somebody starting off, I would say observe your thoughts, observe your emotions, and don't become a part, like don't become them. Just observe where they're coming from. And then after that, I take it up a little step. I take it up like another notch. I will like start replacing what doesn't feel right to you. So like if a thought were to come up that make you angry or whatever the case is, or depressed, I'll just end up switching it with something else immediately. Because what it is, if you let it sit for too long, you eventually go from up here to meet that vibration down here. Like whether it's sadness, depression, anger, whatever the case is, when you sit in it for too long, you end up like kind of like meeting that vibration. So you invite more things that are on that light vibration to come, like, how should I say it? Like, it's kind of like you opening the door. Like how they say, like you can't let a vampire in unless you invite them. Invite them in. So I choose not to invite those. I choose not to invite those bad thoughts and frequencies in. Like you could look at them from the door, but I wouldn't invite it in your house, or AKA your mind. You know what I'm saying? Because it's all a choice, really. It's all a choice whether you want to pay attention to it or not. And then if you can basically observe your mind, your thoughts, and your emotions, and then end up switching things that you like or that you don't like for things that are more advantageous for you, you can even take it up a step further and like simulate the things that you want. Like if some, like, let's, for instance, like if you want a car, like some money or whatever the case is, I was like, for me, I would simulate myself already having it as many times as need be, and then extract. I wouldn't use the word extract, but like I'm really bad at articulating things. Hold on. I would extract the emotion from the simulation that I had simulated within my mind, because I feel like a lot of people, well, this construct or this world or whatever we want to call it, it has took a toll on our imagination. Like we don't really use our imagination like that. Like as human beings, we think, but we never create. So it's like in our mind, like for instance, like if I say imagine an apple, you can see the apple with your eyes open or with your eyes closed. And if I be like change the color of the apple to like green or purple, you can do that with your eyes open or with your eyes closed. So that's just a little like example or a little practice that you can do. Like you can create these things in your mind and actually see them whether your eyes are open or closed. So if you can do that simple like trick, you could do way more. Like it's way more things that you can simulate within your mind. Like for instance, you want a car, you could simulate yourself having your favorite car, and then what you do is you do it over and over to a point where you feel like you have obtained it already, even though it's not in your 3D dimension, like even though it's not in your possession right away, but you have it already. So now what happens is, well, this is how I think. I don't know if anybody else really think like this.
Let me from the end.
I feel like once you extract that emotion of already having it, and you're not attached to that thought of chasing it, because you already told yourself you're delusional, because delusion can be used both ways. I feel like delusion can be bad or good. So if you could be delusional to a point of already having what you want, of already acquiring what it is that you want, like eventually you will become a light vibration and bring that into your reality. So it's like a lot of people end up chasing it. Let's say like I want something, I'm gonna always want it because I haven't claimed it yet. You know what I'm saying? So like, and a lot of us worry about how we're gonna obtain that item or whatever it is that we seek. And it's like we shouldn't really be concerned about the how. We should just be concerned about already having what it is that we want, because it's really the feeling that we chase, not the object itself. So it's like once we tell ourselves that we have that already, we just let it go, and then the how will work itself out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's so many things I want to say from what you explain. Even if we backtrack to the sandcastle analogy, where I saw it when you were speaking. I was like, it's not even like you're building an external sandcastle and then the ocean is coming in and then like sweeping it away, right? Into an infinite sea of other possibilities. But it's almost, it's building you up for something. It's to say, hey, no matter how many waves come in and it appears like this is being taken away, we're actually building you up for something. And the wave itself, it moves outwardly, right? And then it hits a boundary and then it returns amplified. So it's knowing that it's the same relationship with your thoughts, where it gains power in the returning wave, where, for example, the thoughts aren't repeating, or the lessons when it comes to the relationship of your thoughts aren't repeating in the same, your relationship to them has changed because you're now meeting it at a higher resolution. It's like you're changing your relationship to that. You're seeing that you are the only thing that may be getting in your own way of embodying your future in the now and anchoring that future into the now. And as you said, there's a difference between, that's like a fine line between like delusion and delulu, because being delulu is knowing, okay, I am already embodying this version of self. Saturn and Pisces, I mean, yeah, in Pisces versus Saturn and Neptune, I mean, Saturn and Aries and Neptune and Aries instead of Neptune and Pisces, is very much we cannot just, okay, say that, okay, I have this thing, but I'm taking no action at all towards it. But it's knowing that the action that you're taking towards it is something that you're moving with that desire in, if that makes sense. It's like you're already operating as if it were ready. And so it collapses time, essentially. It's like you're collapsing time when you embody something that seems like it's further down the timeline and in the now. That's a quantum hack that's happening. And you're using the, you know, the thoughts of doubt as almost like this terrain that is propelling you forward. It's like you're moving with that intention and you are what it is in which you already desire. So it's like, that's how you're collapsing time. That's how you're focusing on quantum time manipulation, right? Where you're sending your consciousness out into the future, into the version of, you know, Joseph again, that already has that car. And you're saying, how does he feel? What does he do? And how can I embody that now? And you can really, like, you can trick your subconscious mind. Your subconscious mind doesn't know the difference between you, like, saying that you have that car, you don't have that car. If you embody that version of self in the now, your subconscious believes that. Like, your body is literally seated in that safety of, oh, I have this thing. So yeah, it's very, very interesting.
Yeah, Abraham has talked about that a lot. That's one of the greatest lessons I've gotten from her, when she's just talk about body and actually embody the feeling of already having it versus like, because that's all we really want anyway. We think this whatever thing we're going to get is going to be the feeling, but all we really want is the feeling itself. So why not, you know, activate the feeling, you know, minus the actual having it physically. You know what I'm saying? So that's a really good feeling, you know, once you start really practicing that. You know, I started practicing that a few years ago, where I was just like, you know what, let me just what do I feel like? What do I think this will feel like? And then activate that and then be cool with that. You know what I'm saying? And just rock with that for a bit.
Faith. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
Faith. I was trying to remember all the touching points. I had to grab me a piece of paper so I could start writing stuff down. But Faith, you was giving a prime example of how faith is described. Neville Goddard called it living from the end. It's a few people that talk on it the way they do, but we do it all the time. We've been doing it since we've been here. You know, how can I say this? I got gratitude for what we know as consciousness has became. Because what if there wasn't guardians and gatekeepers? What if there wasn't spirit guides? What if we didn't have to go through initiations? And I apply this what if based off not the nature that we in now, but the nature that we started from to get to where we at now. What if? A lot of us wouldn't even be here. A lot of us ain't here because we didn't do, and I'm giving that room. Many chose not to do what we all have an opportunity to do since we've been here. Now, it even go into the lodges and the different organizations. That what if they protected these things for a reason? It's clear to me now. I used to have a problem with it early in my journey, but it's clear to me now because if we be honest, from the lowest end, wherever we started, to the highest spectrum of where we are at now, if we be honest with that, we know what it took. We know what it been through. We know what we've been through. You see, we know what those who we share this journey been through. All of us ain't been saints. See, it's a path of dark and light, polarity. Opposites attract. And what's so crazy about that is we say opposites attract, right? But when we come into interactions with others, what's the first thing we say? Damn, he's just like me. He remind me of myself. She just like me. Yeah. She remind me of myself. But opposites attract. Yeah. So right. That's the setup for all the lessons that's gonna come. That's gonna come because we identify ourselves through labels, and then we make the labels our identification. But it's things that have to occur, because we don't know a person the first day we meet them. It take a long time to grow an old friend. So we have to go through things. We have to go through experiences, just to learn ourselves. So my question was, what if the gatekeepers weren't there? We would have destroyed ourselves, and we have. a lot of us who here now, this ain't our first rodeo. Right. But if we tapped into that space within ourselves, we don't even know that. But then if we pay attention to the things that come through us through our journey, where do our thoughts come from? Where do our interests come from? What draws me to this thing? Why am I drawn to this thing? Why do I know things I don't know? At least in this lifetime. Why do these things come up in me for me to know in this lifetime? When I don't know what to do, and the times that I didn't know what to do or which way to go, what was that thing that guided me? What was that thing that got me through? This is things that we come into realization when within the journey of ourselves. Because like I said a couple of days ago to someone, we can read all the books we want. The books ain't nothing without application. You're just gonna sound like a regurgitating fool. I've been that type of fool before. I had a lot of head knowledge, but I wasn't applying it in my life. And you know what? I saw what the loop did for me. The same way we all do. You see, when we apply what we know, we start changing all that. When we change how we think, we start changing all that because it's the thought force to begin with. But we wasn't taught, I don't. And how TT approach this, I love what she does because in the place that she bring it from. But then, even in my own journeys, I came to the conclusion where, we can see the descent. We got all this powerful information that the world is aware of today in the time where we wasn't, right? Unless you was affiliated with certain people or unless you just came with it and you was, like I said, internally drawn to certain things, certain people, certain studies, otherwise you don't even know this stuff going on. And most didn't. Mm-hmm. And it was designed that way. Cause what if there wasn't gatekeepers? Man, we'll still be just, how many civilizations don't destroy the self? Yeah. For us to have this knowledge that we got now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
See, we might have came with what's unfolding. We might have came with what's unfolding within us, but we had to go through things to get to what's unfolding within us.
It's so interesting what you say, what you're saying about gatekeepers, because it feels like there's gatekeepers on like a collective level, right? When it comes to the nature of this construct, like corporations, organizations, all of this, right? And then we also have like subjective gatekeepers as well. And I said this quite a few years back. It reminds me of something that I said. And I said, in every facet of life, there's a gatekeeper, and you must learn how to get around them. But they serve as puzzle pieces. So in order to get around them, you have to solve why are these characters placed on your path. Until you do that, it's almost going to feel like you're stuck or stagnant from moving on to the next level within yourself. So everything that you encounter is usually something that you want to avoid. And what it comes down to is love or fear, because even when we talk about, as you said, Sewu, at the beginning of the journey, there can be so much like resentment or even hatred to like the system as a whole. But then when you really step back, you kind of admire the cosmos within what appears to be chaotic. And you actually, at least I stepped into a place where I'm like, okay, so the initial soul contracts that Gaia took on for contrast is something that actually allows her to ascend. Like it's something that actually propels her towards evolution, because we have the dark and we have the shadow. And when we understand how some of the elite behave, well, we ask ourselves, does that stem from fear? Does it stem from this love of power? Or is it the power of love? When we understand the vibrational frequency behind why people operate the way that they do, and why we have operated the way that we have, and still can continue to do, and continue to support or continue to kind of disrupt and guide into a higher expression, then we find ultimate truth. You know, it's like liberated is the soul that sees everything as a call for love or an act of love. And that, I feel like that's what it comes down to when I really, really dissect it to like the point of origin of this dimension, because you have it again collectively, and we also have our own subjective gatekeepers. What happens if they weren't there? Well, this would cease to even be the third dimension. So it's like, it reminds me of what Richie said, where we won't want to leave, right? What he said, thus said, where we won't want to leave this earth, not because of fear, but because of the love in which we're creating in this realm. But we don't know, we wouldn't even know what love is truly if we didn't experience a level of fear. We wouldn't experience our limitless potential in this realm if we didn't have limitations. So we see the beauty and the contrast, and we hold space for the paradox that is us.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, just to simplify it in a certain way, we wouldn't have a game. We wouldn't have a game to play if we had gatekeepers.
Yeah, exactly. Every game has like a plot, and that's just the plot of this dimension.
Indeed.
Yeah, that's just this.
To dive as deep as possible into the ignorance, to dive as deep as possible into the darkness, to dive as deep as possible in the mess, and still be able to find your way back to remembering who you were before you came here. That's the mission.
That's the
mission.
That's cool.
That literally reminds me of
what I do. So my energy is intense because I don't play with myself, to play with nobody else. You know, I treat grown folks like grown folks and children like children. You see, because we ain't got no time to play. If we don't came into what we say we came into, and it ain't no time. We aware that it ain't no time to play.
Yeah.
With ourselves or nobody else. Or you acquiescing to whatever it is you interfacing with.
I know what you mean. I like how passionate Saul is. I ain't gonna lie.
Very passionate. So I'm trying to be mindful because I don't want nobody to think I'm hollering on, I'm yelling on, I'm angry.
Nah, you good, bro. I feel like there's truth to what you say, because and us not taking ourselves, well, we here to learn how to be human at the same time. So yeah, we can have a little fun, but at the same time, it's true what you say. If we don't take ourselves serious, we're doing ourselves a disservice, because some of us really don't know how powerful we are. So if we let our mind run wild, we can create things that can affect us instead of help service us in a way. You know what I'm saying? Like what they said.
But let me say this before, because I don't want it to throw people off. We're gonna be serious, but we're gonna have some fun. I want to emphasize that. We're gonna be serious, but we're gonna have some fun. Go ahead, Retro.
Nah, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I
Right.
feel like I feel like something that's very important. Something that's very, very important is our self-talk. They say our voice is very powerful, but something that's equally powerful is the voice that speaks without our lips moving. You know what I'm saying? It's the voice, our inner voice. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes we feel like we never heard God's voice because God don't. I mean, I believe God don't have a voice. He or she talks in frequency. So it's like before there was word. I feel like God uses our own voice to speak through us, if that makes sense. So it's like sometimes we'll speak, like for me, I'll be in the car 10, 15 minutes before I get out of work, and I'll just sit there and talk to myself. But then most of the time, I can't even remember what I said the most realest stuff to myself, but I can't even remember what I done said to myself because it was something else that was speaking to me through me, if that makes sense. So it's like I feel like that inner voice it's just very powerful. And as well as when we take a deep breath to recalibrate ourselves, this man had told me this one time. He said, hold your breath without holding your breath. So I'm like, wait, it kind of tripped me a little bit. I'm like, what that mean? Like, hold your breath without holding your breath. So I think what he meant is like when we take that deep breath, we take that pause to like really analyze like where we at mentally. Like we kind of like pause the train for a little bit because it's like so much, like all it takes is for us to be curious and go down the wrong path, and then there's all this other stuff that bombards our brain when we should have just took that deep breath and kept walking down the path we was already on. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes it's cool to go down a detour or whatever, but I feel like yeah, like you said, we should just take ourselves very serious, and our awareness is a gift. It's a tool, but it's also a gift, and we can. It's funny because we could shift our awareness from our brain to our heart. Like you could feel like the shift go from anywhere in your body. Like you can. It's crazy how we can train our awareness to go anywhere it wants, whether inside the body or outside the body. That always like surprised me. You know what I'm saying? Because we could shift our consciousness. We could take it from going from the brain. We could take the consciousness out the mind, and let's say if we wanted to fill our heart, we could put our consciousness where our heart is. It's just like it's basically kind of like
Coherence.
yeah. Like I'm not too sure how to explain it. It's like I would say coherence. I'm still learning about that. I ain't gonna lie.
It's like your biggest
book.
Yeah. Continue.
So in this book, I would
go ahead, Mo.
anybody out there listening, it's a book called 𝓂𝓪𝓻𝓪𝓻. And in the book 𝓂𝓪𝓻𝓪𝓻, it talks about, basically redirecting energy to any parts of your body and being able to use what they call psychic commands, and sending thoughts from from your third eye to the top of your brain, on top of your head, the psychic command center, and then picture like a rocket shooting to any part of your body. And then you set whatever intentions that you want for it, and you do it 5 times, and this is one of the exercises, and it helps with healing. It helps with many things in terms of being able to move energy around in your body based off of what they call psychic commands. And I highly recommend this book because it's not necessarily a novel, but it's filled with exercises that you can realistically do in order to really, strengthen your brain power and be able to, really make some things move, you know what I'm saying, using your mind. And then obviously we tapped in with the heart mind coherence. So it's just like, I highly recommend it, and I heard this book first from Brother Panic. So when he recommended it, and that's when I started tapping in on it, but 𝓂𝓪𝓻𝓪𝓻, it's a must have, man.
Yeah, I like the fact that you can read something and there can be practical embodiments of it. And what you're even speaking about, Joe, is like, your biggest filter perception shifts from a filter of maybe like separation to a filter of, there is this interconnectedness to all things. It reminds me of what Thor says in the Emerald Tablets, where he says, when he learns that nothing but growth of the soul counts in the end, then that is when one is truly free from all bondage, free to work in the harmony of law. All that man is a result of his wisdom. All that man shall be is a result of his cause. Be the master of all that surrounds you. Never be affected by the cause of one's life. And it's understanding that you're multidimensional, so you can shift through those different dimensions. That's what you're talking about. You're talking about like interdimensional travel, where you're literally traveling into different states of awareness, states of consciousness. From in the present moment, you're only able to do that if you can sit with yourself and you're aware of, okay, what filter of perception am I, thinking about this thing about? Like, you can change your relationship with your thoughts, you can change your relationship to your current circumstances, whatever they may be. And again, nothing else counts in the end but that soul growth, that soul mastery, as Mo said, like the exercises and that fluidity, allowing yourself to be fluid and not over-identify with your thoughts. And he also says, like, all the future is an open book to those who can read. All of the effect is the result of one's causes, as all effects grew from the first cause. So you understand, like, the cause, it's like cause and effect again, but you're no longer living by the laws of even like karma, but you're living through the laws of oneness, and you're understanding that everything is connected to everything else. Yeah, it's just it reminds me of even he says something around like each play. I say this all the time, right? Each plays a part in the cosmos. Each has its own part to play in the cycles. Each has his own part to play his way. Nothing is in the perception of below, though, but only in the operation of different physical laws. Look so above as one does below, and the same he shall find. For all is a part of oneness in the source of it all. So it's understanding that every child has different stages of growth, but they're all sourced from the same wisdom, right? And they're learning to return to that wisdom once again. So it's the same thing even with the gatekeepers. And I feel like Mo explained this before, where we all have like our different part to play. Like, you may even be the villain in someone's story. Like, you also play the part as an agent, also as a gatekeeper. You also have your own internal agents that you're moving through as well. But this is about where you take agency instead of just being a passive like recipient or observer. Again, this is about cause and effect. What cause are you putting into the system? Is it conscious or unconscious? Because reality is always listening and responding to you. So how can you consciously wake up in the construct again and again and again, and lucidly guide it toward your chosen destination from a place of coherence with your head and your heart? So
yeah,
I just want to touch something while it's on my mind. I want to touch a few things that Retro spoke to that stood out to me. When we say something speaking through us, even if something's seeing through us, we never hear no one else. We never hear no one else. We never see through nobody else's eyes, whether internal or external. When we say something is speaking to us, we never hear no one else. When we say we saw a vision, we never seen through someone else. I am the living imagination of God. In other words, you are the living imagination of God. Anything outside of that, you outside your reference point, as the word TT like to use. Anything outside of that, you outside your reference point. We're not here to prove our light, and if you rose into it, you ain't even gotta protect it no more. You only had to protect it once you found out what you were. You see, until you was able to stand as the proof, to no longer have to prove it. Consciousness is the only reality. No, regardless of what we call it. You spoke about breath. What I got from that is every breath got a space between it. I think I could be off, but I think that's what he was trying to get you to look into. Every breath got a space in between it. That's more important than the breath itself. Okay. You spoke about people in their head and people versus, I'm gonna say it like this. You spoke about people in the head and people in the heart, right? So we either in our head or we in our heart. And those who have did the work are able to fluctuate between both. Okay, thank you, Mo. A lot of people live just like you described, Joe Retro, either in their head or their heart. But if you're in one or the other, I feel like that's an injustice to ourselves. That's an imbalance to ourselves. You see, and we go through what's necessary for the coherence that's needed. We design the lessons for ourselves according to the coherence that's needed. And I say that because I'm gonna ask this in the form of a question to make my point. Can a closed heart feel? Can a closed heart feel? So a lot of people rather and I'm not excluded from what I'm saying. I've been there. A lot of people rather live in their head because they don't want to feel. Right. Okay, walk with me. A lot of people in their head because they don't want to feel. And if you can't feel, you can't heal. Head, heart, yes, sir. Coherence. Head and heart coherence is necessary. I repeat, necessary for wholeness. You can't, you will not have it without it. Along with all the shadow work that got to be done to get to that process.
Yeah.
Man. Let's not forget about it.
That's real. I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that because there is a process to just to get to that certain attainment and being able to in that whole,
you ain't come out the womb. You ain't come out the womb arm, leg, arm, head, arm, leg, arm, head. You ain't come out the womb like that. You had to go through a process in the womb to be formed and to be shaped. You came from the formlessness to the form. I'm gonna close with this, cause to something else that you said. If it ain't applicable, what are we talking about? If it ain't applicable, what we talking about? Cause we don't see too much. We don't heard too much, and without seeing what's supposed to come with all that we heard. So if it ain't in 2026, if it ain't applicable, what are we talking about? Right. It's too much accumulated knowledge on this planet that's lacking application, which is causing the destruction on the planet. Which going back to the feeling. It takes courage to feel, man. It takes courage to feel.
Nah, yeah.
That's real, bro.
I feel like you
great. Hey, way to cook, because like the level of bravery that it takes to really go down this real path, because even when Retro was talking about like the idea of like spirituality being easy, nah, man, it takes a real brave soul, a brave person to really want to go down this path and go down the hero's journey, the Shiro's journey, and really tap in on what it really feels to really feel. And
I got a saying, not to cut your wisdom, but let me get this in right quick. I got a saying, you got to rip yourself apart to put yourself together.
I could cut in real quick. Nah, I like everything Saul said. It's some real stuff because a lot of people run from the fire instead of going in it and healing from it. Because the thing is, some of us choose to want to be in spirituality, and some of us have no choice but to go through it. Like we wasn't really given a choice. You know what I'm saying? But to go through these things, and I feel like what they say, 21 days create a habit, or 21 days create let's say just a month. A month doing the same thing over and over for a month creates like a habit. So if we can transmute our negative thoughts as soon as they come up through feeling, like through replacing it with a good feeling through our heart, and do that over and over and over, eventually the human or our vessel does it automatically. And that's reserved energy that we can use for other things. You know what I'm saying? Because energy is life force, and our life force is our attention. So we should be taking care. We should be taking care of our energy more than we take care of our money. like, cause or
For
anything
sure.
at that, because it's more valuable than any material thing on this earth. You know what I'm saying? So it's like if we're able to automatically transmute these things that are going on within us, it over a matter of time, your nervous system will automatically do that for you, which gives you open space to use that energy that you were using to manually do it. Now you can use the energy for like other things, like
Mhm.
I don't know. I don't know.
Possibility is endless. I literally, it's so hit like so much. Even say when you were like, the thought in your head, it's not coming from anyone. It's no one else. It's no one else. Even the person that you're speaking to, it's coming from no one else. If you take responsibility for this unified field of creation that is interacting and playing with itself, there is darkness and light are both one nature, difference in only seeming, right? So that's the same thing with, okay, the heart, emotions, right? Emotions have dark and light aspects to them. Everyone wants to focus on the light, but no one wants to focus on the dark. But the whole same thing with the mind, right? The mind has dark thoughts. We all have dark thoughts, and then we also have light thoughts as well. And even Thoth says, right, in the Emerald Tablets, it brings me back to darkness is disorder, but light is order. Darkness can be transmuted into the light of the light. Your purpose of being is transmutation of darkness into light. So how can you, again, and he also talks about this is about returning back to your formless nature before returning back to the light. And in order to return back to your formless nature while inside of form, you must remember yourself as being a fluid being, which is to dwell in not just one realm, but both, and allow yourself to, again, come into that exercise. As Joe said, it's like it becomes a habit, right, where you're doing something that maybe you don't want to do, and it's the training of your, anterior prefrontal cortex, where it's discipline, like spiritual practice. Everyone wants to heal until it requires discipline, and it requires embodiment, and it requires you to sit with yourself. And not everyone wants to sit in the present moment, because there's a lot that you have to address around the effect of your life being from the origin of your cause. Like there's nothing else that you have to do in that moment but take accountability. You have to come into full acceptance. You have to come into full surrender in order to integrate, in order to become whole with everything that was required on the journey to bring you back to this point of welcome home to yourself. Now, how do you want to move through this existence? And that's going to look totally different than how you're moving in your days of survival. So that is so true what Sebu said. Well, what is the point without embodiment? All this talk, but what is the point? Like there is no point. It's about embodiment. This is what Saturn and Aries is, Neptune and Aries is. You don't just know the path, you don't just read the path, you are the path. Like you actively walk the path. You don't see yourself as separate from that path. Again, spirituality is not something to try to attain. You are a spiritual being that's having a human experience. You're not just like trying to grasp onto these different spiritual experiences that I'm having. No, you're just tuning into the true nature of this construct, and also your true nature as well. And that's what the veil thinning is. It's to allow yourself to go through that, that flow state. You have to flow. You can't attach or linger onto something for too long, or try to identify yourself with either.
Bro, there's so much truth to that, bro. It's kind of like real quick. It's kind of like when somebody tells themselves, like, let's say they got to work out, right? Let's say you want to work out, right? I feel like it's the thought of you not, let's say like you want to work out, but your head is like, damn, I'm not feeling it today, or whatever the case is. It was the thought itself that made you unmotivated to work out, not the workout, if that makes sense. Like it was the thought that demotivated you to not go do the action that you know you're supposed to do. You know what I'm saying? So if you switch it and look at it from a different light, like, damn, I honestly, I'm blessed to work out today, because there's people that don't got their limbs or arms or legs that they can't work out, but I have the ability to. So when you look at things from a different light, it gives you that motivation. It gives you that energy to do it, instead of like letting your brain kind of trick you out your position.
Yeah.
And I've been speaking about that so much, and it's the same thing with the light and the dark. It reminds me of even things externally, where I used to say this thing where you were trying to help them because they claim to be spiritual, but you're aware that demons are spirits too. And it's the same thing with your internal demons. That's what the hero's journey is. When Mo said the hero's journey, well, that's also about slaying your internal dragon. And again, it's the training of the anterior cingulate cortex. Yeah. There is sustained attention that's needed, like also motivation regulation, like even neuroscience hacks, like you're not going to feel fulfillment, there's not going to be any instant gratification on this path. Same thing with what Joe said, like I didn't want to go running these past few that's exactly why I did it, because I didn't want to do it. I didn't allow myself to think too much. My actions overrode what my emotions and my mental state were saying. After 10 minutes you have dopamine kick in, and yeah, you're glad that you did it. You'll never regret that you did the hard thing. You're all going to feel way better heading out of meditation than you did heading in. So it's choosing the harder thing, but it's a better option, and it's not always the easy one.
Right. So I think I feel like I don't feel like we talk about willpower enough. Sometimes we kind of miss out on how important willpower is at times. Because sometimes we kind of I would say what's the word? Allowing. I believe willpower is very important when it comes to being able to, navigate and truly, I would say, get yourself back to your natural space. Sometimes you gotta apply that willpower at times, man, for sure.
I agree, but it's not enough.
Yeah, y'all know it's not. It's a part of it. It's definitely a part of it.
It's for the people in the back. You feel me? In case somebody didn't catch you, so I'm gonna play the whole field. Help us play the whole field. It's not enough.
Yeah.
Don't. For those who listening, don't depend on your will to be your sole providing force. Because ask yourself, what had it already showed you? We all can answer that. We all can have a story about that. All of us was will driven. I say all of us was will driven before we got faith driven. For lack of better words, all of us was will driven before we got faith driven. Anybody agree?
Nah, I like what you said.
That's what makes surrender and trusting, the source, trusting spirit, trusting your angel guide so important, because our will got in our own way in most cases, if we be honest. So I don't want to take away from the will. It definitely has its importance, but I don't want to make it broader than what it is at the same time, because we need balance.
Nah, yeah. I feel like something that's also important, like willpower is very important. I highly agree with Mo, but at the same time, I agree with Saul too about faith, because it takes a lot to have faith. It takes a lot to, when everything around you just crumbling, it takes a lot for you to have faith that everything gonna be like okay, even though it might not seem like it. But to sit in that space, knowing that you trust the divine, you trust yourself, the divine's running through you, just to trust in the divine itself, that everything gonna be straight for you, that takes a lot. You know what I'm saying? To sit in that faith, because a lot of people, what happens is they get impatient, and I'm not saying the old "woe was me" type of line, but they kind of fall into a victim mentality where it's like, damn, God ain't look out for me, God ain't deliver. Like, what's going on? Is he not listening to me? I mean, I'm gonna say he, to make it understandable, because God is beyond gender, but I'm gonna say they feel left out whole time. God was there. Like, well, how that saying go? A teacher don't speak during the test. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like God, the divine, is testing you upon your patience. How much patience do you have, or how much patience can you cultivate within yourself? Because a lot of us, I'm still working on it every day. I'm not gonna lie. Like, my daughter told me a lot of patience. Like, I ain't gonna lie. I think the things around us teach us a lot. Even like I have a daughter, but I learned through my daughter, even though like I'm way older. You know what I'm saying? But I can learn through my daughter, because they say children are the closest thing to God. They're not worried about no bills or all these stressful situations. They
Nothing.
just want to have fun and
That's
just
it.
go outside and play. You know what I'm saying? I feel like we should, no matter what age we get to, we should still be, I mean, handle our responsibilities, of course, but have that type of mentality where we're free, like a child. You know what I'm saying? Because children are not, you don't see no children stressing. I mean, y'all know what I mean, man.
All right, talk to it. Talk to it. You speaking to it?
Yeah, no, it's so true what you're saying, because even with children, anything and anyone can be a teacher if we're humble enough to listen. The child can be a teacher, the homeless person could be a teacher, your table, that water can be a teacher. The table's teaching you how to stand strong, the water is teaching you how to be fluid. Everything connected to everything else. And there's something else that you said about faith. There's 3 sayings I have for this. The first one with the test is faith not tested is no faith at all. The second one, my father used to have a plaque and it used to say, faith is to be certain of what it is that you, faith is to be sure of what it is that you want, but certain of the things, even if you can't see them, right? So faith is to be sure of what it is that you want and certain of what it is that you cannot see yet. And faith is a verb and not a noun. So faith requires follow through and action, even in the absence of the physical, tangible thing, right? So this is about a path where you're walking it with no applaud. If you need a witness, become your own. This is about your faith is sourced from the things internally, not faith being restored from things externally, where you're always hope, because that's hope. That's different. Hope is almost like a glimmer of optimism that gets you through, but that's more of what the ego attaches to. And it reminds me of how like Saturn moving from like Pisces to Aries is like the monk trains you, right? Pisces and Saturn and Pisces is like the spiritual monk, but then the Saturn and Aries energy, he's like a sergeant, right? So he's the one that, you know, teaches you that, okay, you had to spend time with the monk, you had to spend time tuning into your faith, tuning into the art of surrender. Otherwise you would have just charged into the battle with pure ego, with just pure will. And you wouldn't have even known why you were running in the first place. You wouldn't have even known why you were doing that thing. Like, it's about your why. You know your why, so now you can take aligned action to support that why. It's like that's the difference between moving through this realm with the flesh leading the soul, or the soul leading you in the physical.
Absolutely. Now, that's what's up. I actually want to kind of like piggyback off what everybody pretty much said. You know, when we spoke about earlier about taking ourselves serious, but at the same time still having fun on the journey, that really ties into the idea of like we really do. You know, most of us should get back to our childlike spirit. You know what I'm saying? Because isn't there a scripture that talks about that? Like you can't enter the kingdom of heaven until you become like a child again.
Yes, exactly.
So, I think that, you know, here's some practical ways, because you know we talk about like we can talk about it, but here are some ways that I get back into my childlike spirit. I just try to do things daily that I did as a child that made me happy. You know what I'm saying? Whether that's eating a bowl of cereal, whether that's watching some cartoons, whether that's I do things that I did as a child now, and I implement it pretty much in everything that I'm doing. So you know that's to give you guys an example of how you can really get back to that childlike self, man, because it's just necessary on this journey for sure.
Anybody remember Toys R Us?
Oh my God, yeah,
I'm a Toys R Us kid. That don't mean that don't mean as an adult we don't have responsibilities that we handle. That don't mean as an adult we don't have accountability that we stand on. You see? But that only thing that means is we keep connected to our inner child, because I'm just gonna speak for myself. I know what it's like to disconnect yourself from that space. Life is, if it's a hell, life is hell when you don't disconnect it from your inner child.
It's real.
Okay, I'm fall back with that. Oh, hold on. One more thing. I don't know who said it. Oh, TT said it. Faith is a verb. I want to touch on this. Faith is a verb, she said. And it's what my mom said to me. A verb indicates action. And sometimes the only action is to hold the vision, to hold the space. I want to really point that out. Sometimes the only action is to hold the space so you don't get in your own way.
And last thing, I'm going to carry on to that. love is
hold on,
also
TT, hold on, TT, hold on, TT, hold on, TT, hold on, TT, because I know you're gonna pop off. Remember, I said that to say this, because a lot of people familiar with the Bible, so I'm gonna use biblical reference. Remember what happened to Peter when he focused on the wind and took his focus off Yahshua. He sunk, right? And that's the same thing we do in our times. When we take our eyes off the prize, we sink. We have to fight through doubt. We have to fight through our own doubts. We have to fight through our own fears. We have to fight through our own insecurities. We have to, you see, let alone anybody that we think, you see, we think we've been attacked. We've been psychically attacked from external of us. We our own biggest enemy.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think we address that enough.
I see what you mean, because it's what we allow.
These are facts.
That's exactly what it is, because love is a verb, not a noun, right? So it requires follow through and action. Love, unconditional love, only springs from the present moment, and that springs from awareness. So you have to be aware of, again, what Cebu just said, like that internal resistance that can even happen when we even talk about, again, spiritual attacks. You will not attract anything that is not in resonance with you. It's not just a wild card. Like, reality is only going to reinforce what's happening in here or what's happening in here. You're going to see it manifest out here. So things won't change until things change internally. That requires for you to have accountability. That requires for you to, first of all, accept, right, yourself. Whatever you resist persists. It grows stronger. What you accept neutralizes instantly. And what it is that you surrender to becomes a reason for your transformation.
That's crazy, yeah. That's why I feel like sometimes, like, the quotation rich, because nobody really truly rich. I feel like you're truly rich when you detach yourself from everything on this earth. Like, that's when you're truly, truly rich. But I feel like the rich people on this earth, why do you think they go broke? And then broke people who are at the bottom, they get rich. They get everything they want. Because the people that already have everything they want, they either get greedy, they want more, or they don't appreciate what they have. And the people who are at the bottom, they eventually get everything they want because they gave in everything they want to themselves already. You know what I'm saying? So they end up acquiring everything that they set out for, because I feel like people who are at the top, they don't appreciate what they have, and then they end up losing it all. Kind of like in the Bible, like what's his name? I think the same name as me, Joseph, right? He lost everything. His family got sick. His crops was taken. What else happened to him? Quite a few things.
Life was life, and our turn, life was life.
That's why faith is a verb, because he still had faith that God was going to take care of him. And what happened? He got taken care of. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
That's real.
To touch on that, it's funny. It's funny how just to feed off that Joseph, everybody around Joseph, they say family first, right? Family first, right? Where we learn everything we learn from. Family first, right? Good, bad. Let's be honest. Family first, right? Before we get out the house to meet little Tommy, a little Keisha, you whoever. Everything, all the lessons coming out the household. All the lessons coming out the household. Your first lie didn't come from the neighbor. The first time you was told the lie didn't come from the neighbor, but neither was the first time you heard the truth. See, the first, especially if you got siblings, the first time you was stole from didn't come from the neighbor. Whether it was something out your lunch bag or whatever. You see, it's the smallest things has been lessons to us all. But it's only according to our ability to what we can make reference to. You know, what has been activation points for us, what has been initiation portals for us. That's going to differ for every person present, for everybody listening. That's going to differ according to our ability to pay attention to intention.
Yo, that's a fire bar, bro.
I got a lot of them too.
That's fire. That's fire. That's fire. that shit right there is just all about your own personal, everybody's personal development. So it's like we don't need to be comparing ourselves to nobody because everybody else is able to capacity to give a record. Certain things is different, just based off of their whatever work that they've been doing on themselves. So yeah, that's dope, bro, for sure.
Compare to no one, learn from everyone.
Yeah, right on, right on.
It's the same thing with the external oppositions and also the internal oppositions within us, because every entity or every being that you perceive becomes a master only if you abandon yourself in the process. Often what it is that's being reinforced to you externally is it's not punishment, but it's just truth. It's truth about your resonance. It's truth about your own subconscious core belief systems that, again, you could have inherited or could have even been, again, a nature versus nurture situation growing up. And your field, literally, and what shows up in your field is showing you what's ready to be transformed. And when your awareness returns back to that like 0 point where it's in the neutral center, the distortion dissolves instantly. Because your neutrality becomes your sword, it becomes your weapon to just neutrally observe things that are happening inside of you, as well as in your field. And your self-awareness is your protection. That is your only protection that you need to be aware of yourself and also aware of another person. And that unconditional love becomes your form of armor. It like that literally becomes, again, it's like neutrality, self-awareness, and unconditional love. Unconditional love is recognizing that love requires you to be aware of what's happening in here so that you can understand what's happening out here. And you can change what's happening in here to change the way that you're experiencing what's happening out here.
That's that inner state.
Yes,
sir.
We gotta be able to have a strong enough foundation, especially in this day and time where we never betray our own truth for outer approval.
Yeah.
Integrity.
So for what like what you said is profound, bro.
Hold on, Mo. I know you got something. Because we've been, and I say that because we've been so trained. We come into this world, right? And once we in this world, this world is just designed to flip us inside out. Okay, once we get on these paths of spirituality, consciousness, whatever we want to address it as, you see, it takes just as much work, to undo all the programming, all the installments that's done been implemented within us, right, wrong, or indifferent. You see,
right?
Because as far as me and my journey, I had to eliminate everything. And when I say everything, I had to eliminate everything because for me, I didn't know how I felt till everything I felt was based off if I didn't have influence, would I feel the same way about whatever this thing is that I'm feeling the way about? So I had to eliminate everything. When I say I had to disseminate my mind to dust, I had to disseminate my mind to dust and start that rebuilding process, that restructuring process. It don't happen overnight.
That's what I want. That's literally what I wanted to ask, bro. Like for the people that's watching, based off of your personal experience, what are some practical steps people can take right now to continue to build like a certain foundation for themselves so where they never need no outside validation?
Oh, that's easy. That's easy work. Be brutally honest with yourself. That's easy work. Be brutally honest with yourself. Because if you lying to yourself, I ain't got to tell you what I know you're going to do to me. How do I know that? Because it was a time that I was lying to myself. See, I ain't got no time to play. So anybody who lying to themselves, what you think they gonna do to you? And when you was lying to yourself, what did you do to others? So the thing, the best catalyst we could be to ourselves, to give oneself a catapult, is be brutally honest with yourself. That don't mean being perfect. That just means being real. I'm not perfect, But nobody can say I'm not real. If you know me, nobody can say I'm not real.
Oof. Oof. That reminds me of there's like this saying where like lower dimensional beings can't perceive higher dimensional beings because their spin rate, right, of their Merkaba, and like how aware they are of the light that falls back in on itself, and then being a self generating, self-sustaining organism, a sovereign organism that doesn't have that external influence. You can see the lower levels of consciousness. You can only rise to a new level once you integrate that level. So what it is that you can recognize within another being who's going through profound suffering, it's only because you've been there yourself, but they cannot see you yet because they have not yet learned to integrate, and you cannot integrate and heal what it is that you refuse to even acknowledge. Yeah, exactly. Like if you're rejecting that, you're rejecting an aspect of yourself that's asking to be held. So it's like sometimes the best thing that you can do is embody that different example and what that looks like. And that unconditional love is the embodiment of truth, of your authenticity, to observe your flaws, your fears, and your inner doubts, but integrate them deeply as a part of this, like create the same space that you embody love. Like that's what the embodiment of love is. It's to hold, especially hold those aspects of self. And sometimes that means that you'll end up doing things very differently when it comes to the embodiment. Sometimes that love looks like leaving a person. Sometimes it looks like leaving a job, where from the outside it could look like, okay, that's not loving in the concepts of what we were taught in the Matrix society, where, okay, love looks like attachment, love looks like possession, love looks like let's not do the thing that we fear, let's do things that feel safe to us. No, sometimes love looks like, okay, I'm not taking on any kind of manipulation, even where I may try to manipulate myself and staying in situations that I know aren't beneficial for me, because then I have a subconscious core belief system within me that's leading me to parasitic timelines. So subconsciously, if we feel like we need love outside, then you'll find lack. You'll find lack because you're lacking within yourself. It could be lack within a partnership. It could be lack within a job, because the relationship comes from the belief system that you have. So it's understanding what those roots are, because the inability to master yourself in these realms will lead you to, not understanding the experiences that you're having, right? So if you need to master thyself. That's what it is. Like, what is holding you back? What is holding you in places that you don't want to be anymore? Where are you holding yourself back? What are those belief systems? What was the origin point of those belief systems? Is something that you used to believe still true for you? Give yourself permission to change that. Change your mind, change your beliefs. As Sabu said, ground it down to dust and understand just how influenced and shaped and molded you have been by your family, by people that you surrounded yourself with. You will evolve beyond a version of self. See, an identity of self and a version of you is only that identity and that personality, which is really just like a survival mechanism that you move through this matrix because of belief systems that you've held from your experiences. And as your belief systems begin to evolve, a shedding of that identity just happens. When you evolve into a new identity, you must naturally release those beliefs, because it's not in resonance. Who you were and who it is that you're becoming are two different beings. So allow yourself to, like, it could be scary sometimes when you're morphing into a version of self or evolving into a version of self that is beyond recognition, not just for yourself, but also those around you. So you have to be truthful with who you are and how you are and why the way you are, the way that you are, like why you are the way that you are and why you've been the way that you've been. And from that perspective, you can discern whether it's something that you want to continue engaging or exchanging your energy with. So yeah, you have free will around how you want to direct or invest your life force, but it takes the conscious person who has taken the time to understand themselves and to deeply meet themselves in their raw authenticity without suppressing any shadows. This is the person who understands what love is. Like, love sometimes looks like boundaries. Love isn't fluff. Love is a state of awareness. And that's what true love is. The 0 point.
Yes, sir. What'd you say, Joe?
I feel like sometimes conversations like these leave you speechless. Like, it's like I'm not sitting here downloading Wakanda, but not saying that I'm not overstim. I'm using the wrong words, but it stimulates me in the right way, so it leaves me speechless. I'll be like, it's just everything just synchronizing and just doing this thing. Like I don't even know how to explain it. Like everything just it feel right. I don't really got much to say.
That's the indicator. That's the at least you in your fields. Because if you in your fields, you know what's going on in the field. If you in your fields, SEELS, then you know what's going on in the FIELD.
Yeah.
You're able to navigate a little better than maybe those you interface with on a daily.
Yeah.
You also be a navigation. You also be a GPS for them, for those who seeing you in the proper light. You see, because it was something that was spoke on earlier. The things that if I think it was, I heard the word reject. I think if people rejecting something in themselves, right? That you okay, y'all know where I'm going. If people have rejected something in themselves that you have walked through the door in yourself, right? And they're not in the space in their life where they're ready to walk through that door that you have walked through, even if they see it in you, even if they admire by you, you see, even if they motivated by you, they're not. And eventually, because this is what I had to learn, if they rejecting themselves, they're gonna reject you, and that rejection gonna turn in to the point that they might resent you before they reject you. They might resent you before they might resent you before they eject you, before they push you out the tape deck.
And this is another way to pick up on that. Sometimes when we listen to people how they joke about themselves, when they talk about certain different ideas of rejection, they're like, "Oh man, nothing good's ever happened to me." "Oh man," according to my luck, they joke about themselves in that way. So that's how they automatically feel about themselves. So there's a great deal that they're going to be projecting that sort of energy on you as well.
Right, because darkness can't tolerate light without trying to dim it.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't hide, like your shadows can't hide when you have that light presence. And the cultivation of 0 point, you're not fooling anyone because you've already merged all pivotal parts of yourself into the ultimate, where now you can perceive these pivotal parts of others who've not come into that ultimate version of themselves. So your eyes are wide open. But there's no judgment, it's just pure discernment, where discernment is an energetic boundary where you can understand the internal war that an individual's going through within themselves. And it usually comes from, like, you discern that your energy, your words, your actions all align with your integrity and you move in a congruent way. So let's just say you're doing something that this person wants to do but doesn't have the courage to do yet within themselves because it requires them to, you know, see that maybe they're the only one holding themselves back. So you're mirroring a different example. You're not mirroring what it's like to reduce yourself or dim yourself or, you know, try to contain yourself or suppress yourself. You're showing full expansion, and in doing that, it can be incredibly triggering for the individual because you're reflecting their inner world. You're reflecting their inability to take agency over their life and what that may look like. So it's the embodiment of unconditional love is the embodiment of becoming your own witness, not seeking for external permission or acceptance. Otherwise, you're going to be waiting forever. You're going to be seeking forever. It's about you becoming your own witness. If you need a witness, become your own.
Put that magnifying glass on them.
Yeah.
Put that magnifying glass on yourself. You're gonna put that magnifying glass on everything. You hear me?
Those are the programs. Like you have to understand what have you been your programs, especially ancestrally. That's telling you where your work is, and then you can discern from that point, right? Do I want to continue living this way, or, you know, do I want to change things? Do I wish to change my experience? If so, what do I have to begin doing that I haven't allowed myself to do, or I haven't given myself permission to do, or I've been too scared to do up until now?
No, that's real deal.
Yeah, it's difficult as well. It's difficult because it's something that you don't want to address. Like you don't want to address because for generations this hasn't been addressed.
Right.
So it's not just it didn't start from you.
Right. I'm
And
glad you.
Yeah.
I'm glad you said that. Because and all I do and all I present, you know, I'm not a representation of myself. I'm a representation of all those that came before me and all those that come after. So I'm here to heal everything that my ancestors didn't. As far as my journey, I'm here to heal everything that my ancestors couldn't. I'm here to heal everything that my ancestors chose not to. You see, all I ask, you know, this journey is light and dark. You see, I'm fully aware all my ancestors weren't alike. Some was murderers, some was all type of, you hear me? They had to get it how they live. I get that. The same way we do in our present day and timeline. And we got to balance all those energies out. So, you know, blessed are those who starting to figure it out. Blessed are those who are figuring it out, and blessed are those who will one day figure it out. Because TT touched on something else, and I understand, you know, what we go through when you operate at a frequency those around you not operating in or don't operate in, and you have to be your own reference point. Because I've been my own reference point all my life, but I became my reference point based on the things that I observed.
Man, that's
that part. In order to be in the world and not of it, I had to reject the world that I came into in the first place.
And let's scale it back one time.
And all the installments that they tried to program me with.
Big time.
Okay.
I want to piggyback off what you said, but I want to scale it back just a little bit. So we talked about like thought forms and stuff, right? And I talked about like there's many different facets of like how, you know what I mean, entities and psychic attacks work on us and stuff like that. But like, what if like these psychic attacks and some of that stuff is like, because they say when our ancestors transition, they come and live in us. So basically, what if the Lord, let's just say some of our ancestors who were tapped in on alcoholism or sexual abuse, what if those are your demons? They still trying to fulfill those things through you who have a body as they live in your cell. What's your thoughts on that, bro?
I'm gonna say it like this, cause I thought you was about to go in a little other direction, but I'm gonna say it like this. We consume things, right? Good, bad, and unhealthy, right? That's beneficial for us as well as detrimental for us, right? So okay, and some of the things that we consume, whether it's through thought form or food form, turn into parasites, parasitic entities, parasitic energies, right? That's basically what I was touching on and what I just said. Everybody that we came from wasn't good people. Everybody that we came from wasn't bad people.
Right.
But I salute the soul who dare to balance it all. I salute the soul who dare to balance it all. I salute the soul who say, I am, I can, and I will. Because that's the soul I came here to be.
So that person in your family is the person who pretty much come through and neutralizes the bloodline, perhaps give ancestors opportunity to ascend because they don't have a body, but they do it through their healing journey, basically healing the whole lineage of ancestors and people that come before us.
And the 𝓼𝓬, I'm glad you touched that, because the 𝓼𝓬 in that is, you know, it don't make nobody special. We all get a chance to do the same thing, you see. Yeah. But it's gonna be one, if only one, that comes through every bloodline that's gonna get it done. See, all of us got a chance to get it done. Everybody in my family got the same opportunity to do what I'm doing. It's ancestor business. All of us got the same opportunity, right? But it's a choice. I'll say it like that. Just to not sound no kind of way. It's a choice. So we get our lives reveal it. Our lives reveal itself not only to ourselves, but to those who are observing it, according to the choices we made, to how our life reveal itself.
Yeah.
Nobody hiding. Nobody hiding. What we got to hide behind when energy is all there is? What we got to hide behind?
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what it's like. This whole construct is a fractal construct. It moves in this spherical motion. So ancestors continue to express themselves through you. And I did like a whole video on epigenetics, but it's like the pain is programmed within the body, and the body holds a memory that your mind has not even lived within this lifetime. So we can even inherit that victim consciousness, and it's encoded within our own nervous system. And there are people these are the people, right, that exist in states of disharmony, and we've all experienced this within ourselves and within our, you know, connection to this world. But we are all equal, as 𝓑𝓑 said, like we are all temporarily experiencing ourselves as human. So we all have the same opportunities to inform ourselves and learn, so that we can have these plethora of experiences. I was seeing it as when 𝓑𝓑 was talking about basically like the repression of even like ancestral, what we want to call them, like curses or you know, wounds. It's like, imagine filling a room so compact with all these presents, right, all these gifts, and it's just full and it's full and it's full, and then you slam the door shut. That's what's happened. And it's like, this is where you've also held yourself back for a lifetime, because you are your ancestors. These are cells just regenerated. Energy doesn't just destroy or get created. It transforms itself. So you are your lineage. Like you are this one body of consciousness. So you pull forward that one body of consciousness when you decide to open the door, kind of, you know, sort through the things, and you'll find that it's not just a wound. It usually is something that's been suppressed, that's waiting to be released and expressed. But you have to understand, what is that door? Like, what is that? Where have you been holding yourself back? Where is that pain? Where is that fear? Because that tells you where your work is. That tells you where your gifts reside as well.
Absolutely.
I like that.
Hey,
I feel like
Mo,
a lot of people can have the same gift, but it could be used in different ways, if that makes sense. Like me, person A and person B, can you have the same gift of, let's say, transmutation, but person A probably use it a little different than person B. It's kind of like baking it like samurais. Like one samurai might swing their sword a certain way, and the other one might swing their sword a certain way. Kind of like how we handle things. And more so, like, I feel like, I don't know, I kind of lost my download for a second. Hold on, let me come back to you. Let it come back to me.
you at the same time, you probably lost it because it really, if what was said was received, it was enough for who can use it and take it to the next level. It was enough.
And it will always return when you need it. Like when we lose the thought, what happens? What do we say? Oh, I'll wait for it to come back around. It's like, and it may come back around. Time is spherical, right? It's not linear. So it may not come in a straight line. It may come at 3 a.m. when you're up. It may come during your meditation. It may come when you watch something back. So it's like, I always trust it. That happened to me today as well. To touch on what 𝓑𝓑 was saying around like breaking out of the herd mentality, it does not come it does not come out of like self-connection. So if you stop externalizing your attention, it's like this hypnotic state where the matrix is designed, right? It's a psychological operation. It's designed to externalize your life force, to take your attention away from the self. And it's a hypnotized state where we come out of connection with the self. And when we interrupt that externalized energy and we redirect our energy back inwards, right? Well, again, it's like he had to lose everything from his connection to the physical to understand, who is he? Like sometimes I have to even take a step back around, okay, who am I without my connection to the work that I do? Who am I without my relationship to my family? Who am I without, the circle of people that I surround? Like, who am I? And you come back to that I am state. And that's the state where you turn your energy back inwards, right? That's the Merkaba body where source flows down through you. That's what anchors and simulates your experience in this realm. It anchors you into this grid. And then your energy cycles back upwards and in on itself. It's the light that folds back in on itself. And you have to continuously keep disrupting these states. And then, and only then, do you have free will around how you want to, like Joe said earlier, transform your life force. Like you're not wasting all this life force on, you know, this depletion essentially that's happening, where you don't have enough energy to you know, fall back in on yourself, because you keep forgetting yourself. You keep we think, what do they call this? Like third dimension is like sleepy time, I think they said, the Aboriginals. Like, this is a dream. We're going to wake up from this and be like, oh, wow, that was a trip. And we fall asleep in this dream. And it's the easiest dream to fall asleep in. So are you awake? Are you awake? And, you know, that's an initiation. And then we'll start to see synchronicities. The more you practice that, you'll start seeing the angel numbers on the clock, on the microwave. You'll start seeing symbols on you know, trucks and logos. And it's like the universe is speaking to you through music and everything around you, because it's saying, oh, he's back. She's back. Wake up. We'll bring you back.
That's crazy. That's why I say, like the repetition, we build up this resistance to, like, because every time we get caught up in a mind loop, we tend to shame ourselves into, like, damn, I got caught in it again. Damn, I got caught in it again. But instead of shaming ourselves and getting caught in that thought loop or whatever loop we got going on, replaying in our mind, we should congratulate ourselves every single time we come back to presence, because then we're training ourselves to thank ourselves and coming out of that. Like, let's say if I were to have like I'm having a good day, whatever the case is, a negative thought comes out of nowhere. It could be mine, it could be stemming from me, or it could be stemming from something other than me, or you know what I'm saying. But it's my choice whether to stay with that thought that came in my head, or replace it with something just quote unquote better, you know what I'm saying, and not staying in that for too long. And for me, like, it builds up resistance. So now when any other thought forms of that same frequency were to come or arise, my body or the human automatically takes care of that for me. You know what I'm saying?
It's like it detects it as a foreign, you know, like a foreign substance that enters, and your body naturally protects itself. That's like what your awareness does. It's like that. Then it's like, okay, psychic attacks, but you're only ever attacking yourself, and there's always consent that's needed, even if it's unconscious consent. So people say, okay, when I have like these run-ins with these different kind of entities, well, that's you running into yourself and what it is that you've also created into your experience. It reminds me of something that was happening in Peru during the lunar eclipse in Pisces. It was happening in my 4th house. So there was a lot of ancestral themes that were playing out, and I see it astrologically and how that's like kind of, I just see it as things that download into your third dimensional experience, right? And are rendering into a reality. So I had this thought, and I told Mo this actually when I was collecting water from the Sacred Valley, and I went up and something was echoing through my mind that my mother's side had said to me before I left. And they said, oh, be careful of the crocodiles. There's no crocodiles in the Sacred Valley. But where did that thought come from, right? So I'm like, okay, my mind is clear, and I hear that thought come in. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Let's see what the point of origin is. Okay, it's from the maternal side of family, and I'm doing a lot of root clearing from that side, a lot of ancestral. 4th house is the mother, right? It's to do with the ancestral line, your roots of your origin. And Pisces is the subconscious. So, okay, I'm changing my relationship with that thought. I'm holding space for it. I'm not rejecting it, but I'm just accepting it. And I'm saying, that's interesting. Now I'm seated in the observer, watching the girl that's having the thought, and she's understanding where that thought comes from. And again, you're not separate from that voice. Like, you are the one that is silently observing it. And it changes your relationship. It's not something around, I'm trying to reject, or where did that come from? Because you're fighting yourself. Instead, it's just a state of, okay, deep acceptance, deep unconditional love, and then saying, is that true? Where did that belief come from? Is it mine? Do I want to carry it? No, release it. And it really is that simple and fluid. It's as easy or hard as you want it to be.
Absolutely. Life is complicated only when you make it to be. Remember Tupac said that?
What was that, Mo?
Tupac said, life is complicated only when you make it to be.
Yeah, for sure. It's a choice. It's a choice. It's a choice. It's a once we in a space where we choosing on our own, you know, everything is a choice. And we choose, we start choosing on our own way before we get out the house and on our own, you know. a lot of times our parents don't realize the internal choices that we don't make until certain actions start coming up out of us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I see that like playing up. It happens wherever we are, even like the country that we're born in or that we're residing in. You're exactly where you need to be at that stage of your evolution. And there's often things that will reveal itself. It's like you're doing a lot of ancestral work on the land itself. You become a conduit when you allow yourself to come into that flow state and you begin to anchor source. You begin to anchor in the observer state, and your higher self guides you through these like synchronicities, right? Through whether they're negative synchronicities, even like your experience, or positive, and they can appear as almost like messengers, like your body is speaking to you, and it's whether you're paying attention to it, but everything is your guide. So you have to interrupt that separation that happens, because love only comes from within yourself. Unconditional love is not going to be found from external. You have to come into the reunification with yourself.
I feel that. Damn, I feel like it gets to a point where you transmute so much. The next thought try to come in, and it's like whether it's bad or good, you be like, I got this. Like this light work for me. Like, you know, like this ain't nothing. Like compared to how it was in the beginning, I feel like when you do it over and over so much, it becomes like second nature. Like it's just like, you know, something feels, you know, it's not supposed to. How do I say it? Like, you know, it's not supposed to be there. So you just, I don't know.
You start to be able to recognize what's not yours and what is.
Yeah. That's energetic boundaries, and alchemy is just literally alchemy in its pure basis. Everyone that's watching, alchemy is literally saying, okay, this is what I'm thinking, this is what I'm feeling. Now, how can I change the relationship that I have with it? What do I want to do with this thought? Do you want to hold on to it? Do you want to release it? It's up to you. But that is alchemy. Guys, I just wanted to throw Lee on the stage with us because I know he's going to have some insightful and beautiful.
What up, Lee?
What's going on? Blessings upon blessings. Greetings, everyone. How are we doing today? How's it going?
Thank you for coming.
I didn't even know you put me on stage. I was looking at something else real quick. What's going on? What's going on? Okay.
I just wanted to say one more thing. My fault, Lee. I'm gonna give you the stage real quick. I feel like when you meditate so much, it get to a point where you could like just walk and meditate, drive, meditate, eat, meditate. You can meditate and basically do your physical, like your human is still here on Earth, like your consciousness is still in your human, but as well as you're in your soul. You're like in two places at the same time. It's so crazy. Like, I can't even explain it. I could even put it to words because God is unexplainable, and sometimes things are just meant to be left that way because the brain tries to make it logical when it's illogical. So you trying to make sense out of it is just it's like an infinite loop of just it. You can't possibly just make sense out of it. Some things are just illogical.
You did. I'm gonna prove it for you. I'm in a meditative state right now. I ain't sitting with my legs folded and my eyes closed.
And to piggyback off of that,
I spoke on this the last session that y'all had like this when TT invited me to the one that I'm appearing in now. I spoke on that, but you know that's the thing to get to that space where you ain't gotta isolate, you know, to meditate. You know, you can meditate through the integration of everything. That's the goal.
Because I feel like repeatedly putting your attention.
That's the walk of the living master.
Yeah, because I feel like repeatedly putting your attention back to your breath over and over and over, it causes you to be in a state of nothingness. Does that make sense?
Yeah. It's the head-heart integration. So like you'll walk through this construct, but you'll be like, oh, this is a dream. We're all in a third-dimensional dream right now, right? It's like we're all speaking to you. I'm another version of you. You're another version of me. It's like we're just playing inside this simulation that we've created. There's so many fractals, right? We're all cells within this solar system, which is in this electrical communication with each other, and it brings us into this state of coherence. Everyone that's in this space and in this chat right now, it's like we are just all living in our own dream. We're not just dreaming this into being, but we're just... You know, we're cells.
Y'all ever seen that Spider-Man meme where all the Spider-Mans are playing at each other?
Right. Right. And I wanted to point on. I wanted to let me touch this right quick. I know Lee want to say something. I feel it. Damn. Don't lose it, Sawu. Damn.
Well, let me piggyback on that meditation real quick, because you're saying everything is meditation. Meditation. This is meditation. This is meditation. This is meditation. Meditation brings you into the now, and the now is all that matters. Is now. Now is the 0 point. That's it. Go ahead, say.
I can't. Go ahead. It'll come back. Anybody else got something?
Okay.
You're going, Lee.
Okay. Well, I was gonna talk about something else, but if you guys want to still talk about them, I was gonna say also, pray on everything too. I pray on this. I pray on this. I pray on this. I pray on this mic. I pray on everything. I pray on these clothes. Prayer and meditation brings you right into the now.
I think what have you remembered saying?
Yeah. Go.
Every thought, I just want to add to that. Every thought is prayer.
Yeah.
Every thought is a petition. The thing is to be more aware of how we thinking. The thing is to be more aware of how we thinking got us feeling. The thing is to be more aware of how we thinking got us feeling that dictate how we moving.
Yeah.
It's the 3 of the triad where you come back into your state of creation, because what you're thinking is creating, conscious or unconscious.
Yeah.
So it's the same, even with what Lee said, it reminds me of literally the scientific explanation of electromagnetism, right? Where I'm not really touching this crystal right now. The negative electrons that are orbiting the atoms of my hand are repelling the negative electrons that are orbiting the atoms of this crystal. So there's an illusion of physicality in this realm. We just have cells that are oscillating at a really slow bandwidth. So we're allowing ourselves to experience the illusion of physicality. So don't forget yourself. Don't forget yourself in the strength plane. It could feel like a blanket. It can feel really easy to go to sleep. We go to sleep multiple times a day. It's when you come back into the now, when you're not just moving through time, but time is moving and experiencing itself through you. Zinuru.
Yo, Lee, you said something real. Like, prayer is so powerful, bro. You could literally pray over your water, and it can heal you. That's crazy, right?
Yeah.
Like,
I don't know if you do it, but like if you take a shower, I just go let the water hit my head. Like, this water heals me, this water cleanses me, this water nourishes me, this water blesses me, and I repeat that mantra 3 times in a row, and just let the water flow down to me. And you feel wonderful, bro. You feel wonderful.
I feel you, because you when you showering while you praying. They did a scientific thing on that one time. They said like hateful words turns like a liquid of water, and you can see like the ugly patterns in it. And then they said beautiful words, and they seem like crystals and stuff like that. So I know what you mean when you pray over yourself when you shower. You let the negative energy go down the drain, and you replenish yourself with like water. Water work is definitely real.
That's how you speak to yourself as well, because what you compose mainly off of, right? So that's
water.
What you take up on a geometric level. So every thought that you have is cymatics, right? Cymatic frequencies that will dictate the essentially the architecture, the bioelectrical and geometric multi-dimensional architecture that your field takes on. Reality is listening to that, responds to that. So how harmonious and symmetrical is that geometry, or how in disharmony is it?
Remember what Bruce Lee said, be water, my friend.
Apply that water concept. Apply that water concept to the breath that Retro was speaking to earlier. Apply that same concept, because the water external. Even though we speaking to it, apply that same concept to the breath.
Yep.
Consistency. This is why I'm big on consistency. I'm big on discipline. TT touched on it earlier. I'm big on discipline. I'm big on consistency. I'm big on repetition, because, like I say, it took a whole bunch of repetition to get us in the spaces that we ended up in. We be doing all this work to get ourselves about them spaces that they programmed us in.
Yeah. Repetition of the habits and patterns.
Because it's habits and patterns. And the only way you can't break a pattern without the recognition of it.
Correct.
Okay, you
Recognition,
can't break a
yeah.
pattern without the recognition of it, and the only way to break a pattern is through pattern recognition. You see, and these patterns, whatever the pattern may be, it reveals a lot of things to us about ourselves. It reveals a lot of things to us about others. It revealed a lot of things to us about the dynamics of the relationships that we find ourselves in. It revealed a lot of things about everything because it don't leave nothing out.
And this is the thing, it's what did you just say? You said about patterns. It's self-created cycles of suffering. So what must end? Where must there be a death to a certain pattern or repetition in your life that creates suffering? And that death is not destroyed. It's not, death is, again, it's not the end. Death is just energy transforming itself. So how do you transform the cycle? Then it becomes a part of not just divergence, but where you're converging and you're actually aligning it with higher conducive ways of being. Again, you're a bioelectrical being. So what charge are you putting into the battery pack that is your fascia, that is your bioelectrical memory? Like what charge are you emitting right now? What are you embodying? So
you made me think of Tupac just then. Tupac said, a coward dies 1,000 lives. A coward dies 1,000 deaths. A soldier only dies one. And I just said to someone the other day, you know, we got to go through a death. And most of the time when we hear the term death or dying, we equate that to the physical embodiment of things. But we all know that death is something internal. That death involves who we thought we were to who we unfolding ourselves to be, or who we becoming, or as our becoming, coming into our becoming, you know. And it's the inner nature, you know, that has to take that L. If it want a W, it's gonna, the inner nature gonna have to take that L according to the things that's not conducive to the inner nature.
Sorry, what you just said as well, that literally is the meaning of baptism. To be baptized is to rise to another level of consciousness, to look back at the old self and to, again, see it from a higher resolution. So how we do that every day. Like, it's like you're not the same person as you were yesterday. You go through that rebirth every day. I say treat every day like a new lifetime.
Love that. And to go with what you said about earlier about Pac, life is simple, man. It's just us humans is what makes it complicated. Plain and simple.
Oh, yeah, I don't know if you was on what Retro said that same thing earlier.
Oh yeah, I was listening.
No, I'm glad I said that, not to discredit what you said, to amplify it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you said it again because it came back up for a reason.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm sure us and people that are in the chat as well, like, we're all having the same thoughts at the same time. Everything's bouncing off one of each other. Like, something we say is like, oh yeah, I just thought of that too. And they're like, oh yeah, I just thought of that too. That's how it is right now. That's the level we're on right now. That's the frequency we're on right now.
That's why I did the morphic genetic message about the morphic field, because literally we all come together through resonance, right? So even spiritual groups and communities, within the morphic field, we literally hold and cultivate a shared intuition. It's like we begin to sync up and harmonize. So yeah, it's like that.
It's beautiful. It's fucking beautiful. Connection. That's right. Connection is beautiful. It's beautiful. Let me if I could kind of like go on a little side. Let me ask you guys, because this is what I was going to talk about originally. Okay, so the last time I came on, I talked about the first love is self-love. Now today I want to ask you guys a question, and I got a couple of stories to tell from my perspective. I want to ask you guys. They say love is the most powerful force in the universe. I say, and I've heard it from another person before, gratitude is either as equal or maybe a little bit right below it. It's kind of like Jordan and Kobe. It's like 1A, 1B. So love and gratitude are kind of like this. What do you guys think?
I agree.
I work with the gratitude. That's like the first thing that's the first thing we chat.
I say this because I never seen a person not have gratitude for anything that they genuinely love.
Exactly.
Okay.
I feel like with gratitude, and love, I agree in this dimension. And with many dimensions, we're also experiencing dualism as like a theme. But I feel like from the ultimate source, there really is just unconditional love. But with a level of dualistic aspects or contrast, we get to experience gratitude. So in this plane, it's like it already is up there because it's the intention of source playing with itself inside of this experience. So it's like that's as high as you can really get in this realm. So yeah, 100%.
It's like what Sewu said. It's like you can't have the gratitude without having the love. So it's like the love is the vehicle. Love is like the gas, and the gratitude is like the vehicle. It's like they go hand in hand.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
But,
And the reason I want to say, go ahead. Go.
I know. I just want to bounce off TT because she touched it. She touched it as should be. Here in the do we? I say it like this through a question. Do we need gratitude in the? If we wasn't in the flesh, would we need gratitude?
Probably not.
I'm gonna leave us with that thought.
That is a good thought.
That's how I felt in ceremony, where I was so grateful, my heart just filled with gratitude, right? But I could only appreciate that feeling, that so good feeling, because I had a human body. Like that's it. That's the only way I was able to actually. That was the container for gratitude. So it's like that's the formula. It's to have the mind and the body and the soul, and that's the most potent like creative power, as Lee said. It's like that is like the vehicle where you can combine it for the most pure intention ever, and then you're ready to create in this realm. It's like we get to experience the journey of things so that we can be grateful. If we that's why I say the third dimension, because if we had everything available to us at our fingertips, then we wouldn't ever we wouldn't have. Like, again, we are ungrateful so that we can experience gratitude sometimes. We go through that pendulum swing. So we get to experience the paradox and the beauty and having the shadow and the light. Go on, Sewu.
No, that took me back to, I don't know who addressed it. It took me back to something that was said earlier. I think it was Retro about I said the fortunate versus the less fortunate, and how the paths can cross as they're changing, as we heard the hourglass turn both ways, because we get to reap what we sow, so forth and so on. But Retro was speaking to basically, rich people versus those who are less fortunate, or people experiencing abundance versus those who haven't stepped into it yet. And what I realized in that is, I'm gonna pose this as a question too. Who would, if you had everything you want? I'm asking this question to each and every one of us and everybody listening. If you had everything you want, would you be thinking about shadow work? Would you be thinking about spirituality? Would you be thinking about trying to heal? And that's the case for most people who have. You see, if it's not something in them that just got them on their journey, why they got it, man, it's the last thing on their mind. It's the last thing on their mind. Man, I could go buy what I want. I could go do what I want to do. I could travel where I want to travel. That's why I appreciate TT. Because most people ain't thinking about, people who in the positions to not worry, about any kind of stability. In most cases, man, it's the last thing that's on their mind.
Yeah.
Those are the ones who we look at as having it. In most cases, they're the ones who internally in poverty. So don't never.
A lot of times they give all their money up and go on the journey. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's what made the parable so strong about when the rich man was told to go give up all your possessions and follow me. How many gonna do it?
I swear, when you said that, it hits, because I remember a few years ago, where I was swept from everything, and I'm talking everything. I started back from like zero or negative, and I was like, okay. I remember I was grounding, and I had my feet on the, you know, on the grass, and I was touching the grass, and I was connecting with Gaia, and I said, universe, just show me the way. I said, I will fully surrender. It was like, God, just show me what to do and I will do it. I had like this long-term vision, but I had no clue how it was going to work. And I had to alchemize the parts of myself that I was ashamed of, that I was disgusted by. And if you're avoiding doing things like that, and you haven't got that self-love to address those things, like I had to cultivate that self-love to be able to address those things in myself, to see what was truly holding me back. And again, we have that lag time, because from that point you literally become a conduit, where that formula leads to, again, where you were previously disconnected, you won't be able to manifest what you're trying to create, because you have to connect to the source that's within yourself. What's manifested instantaneously, you're not going to have any gratitude for the journey. So again, what's done through source happens immediately. And when the student is ready, the teacher will appear, and life becomes your teacher. Every experience that you create is cultivating you, it's shaping you in ways that you don't even see it yet, where it's teaching you what it is that you need in order to become a conduit of consciousness itself. And that path is not easy. That path requires humility. Sometimes it means that you have to start back from scratch, from that foundation, and it requires you to have faith. Like, you have to act again, and know that faith not tested is no faith at all. You will only experience that level of gratitude for what it is that you have when you sometimes have absolutely nothing. So it requires you to become a student to the universe itself, and that requires a humble position.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel like, oh, my fault, Saul, go ahead.
Rich, I got a quick question, because you probably be able to feed off of it, what you're about to say. How many of us changed by choice versus situations that made us versus situations that made us change by force? Okay, thank you, Lee.
Yeah.
No, it's most definitely, there's a lot of beauty. I feel like that's also another misconception. I feel like there's a lot of beauty in the contrast. Like, you have to experience heartbreak to know what love is, or you have to experience what grief is to know what happiness is. I feel like the contrast in itself is not the problem. It honestly propels us forward if we look at it from a different light, instead of it affecting us like from a victim mentality. Or like, what's this? I feel like we all learned a lot from TT, because she had mentioned one time, like, she was like, what is this situation trying to show me? Well, let me not take this situation in a negative way. What can I extract that's positive from this? Next time, will I be a little more patient? Next time, will I handle it in a different way, compared to letting my emotional state guide that situation? Will I take my emotions out of it the next time and look at it from a higher light, or stuff like that? Like, the contrast is there's a lot of beauty in contrast.
Now, let me tell you a couple of stories that'll help solidify what we're talking about right now, because these are personal stories from me, okay? Now, today is February 13th. About a month ago, see, I ride e-bikes. If you guys don't know, e-bikes are just bicycles with motors on them. I ride e-bikes all the time. Last month, I got hit on my e-bike by a car, and I was in the hospital. Right here, let me show you guys the picture. If you can see that. That's me. And if you could see the date, Thursday, January 15th. That was a month ago. They said when my father they called up my father. Well, the police had came to the house here because I was already in the hospital. My father went to the hospital. My father got pulled over going to the hospital from the police officer that was already on the crime scene. That was when I was on the ground. So they already took me to the hospital. So he bumped into that police officer. That was a synchronicity. When he got to the hospital, the priest had came in. They had to sit him down. They were like, "Your son could possibly be paralyzed." He was in the trauma. I was in the trauma unit. He's like passed out. We don't know. We're not too sure because he was already passed out when they brought him in. So I could have been paralyzed. I could have been dead. But one month later, I'm up and standing. I'm walking around. I am a walking testament to the power of God. When you saw that picture, I had this brace on. As soon as I got out the hospital, As soon as I got out the hospital, I was supposed to wear this brace for like a month, but like this time around, it's like wintertime in Florida, and it's like extremely cold. It's been like 20 fucking degrees at night. It's like, it's very unusual for Florida to be this fucking cold around this time of year. After about 2 weeks, because I couldn't sleep with this damn thing on, I just took it off. I just started healing right away. Boom, 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 boom. God stepping in. Boom, boom, boom. The reason why I like to say this is because me having that accident, it could have been a psychic attack, but I also look at it as a blessing, because at that time, life was telling me to slow down, relax, let your nervous system reset. Because after the accident, I stopped the gummies, I stopped drinking alcohol, I stopped drinking caffeine. All I could do was just sit and lay down and let God do his work and heal me. That was crazy. Another part, when I got out the hospital 2 days later, we had to go to the police station because the police had my keys, my phone, and my wallet. We went into the police station. I gave them my information. They're like, we don't have information on your accident yet. We're trying to pull up the file. So I'm standing there, and we were just in the police station for like 1 minute. 1 minute after that, a gentleman had walked in the door. That gentleman was one of the witnesses there when I had got hit. He was actually passing by, and he had a dash cam. He had footage off his dash cam. He was like, yeah, I saw you get hit. So I pulled over, and I was like, he walked into the precinct. He's like, are you such and such? I look at him and go, yeah, who are you? I don't know who you are, because I was passed out. I'm like, who are you? He goes, you're such a, he goes, I'm the one that was there when you got hit. I was the one that was like trying to wake you up and make sure nothing was going to happen to you while the ambulance was coming. I was like, holy shit, bro. I was like, you are a fucking angel. I was like, you are an earth angel. I can't believe this is happening right now. Another synchronicity. God's got me, bro. God's got me. You know what I'm saying? And he was like, don't worry. I got video footage. I'll be a witness for you. I even got a lawyer to help you go through the case and everything like that. It's like, we got you. I was like, boom. Got that. Yeah, so I got that. Yeah, that's all I want to say about that so far. Any thoughts?
Yo, Lee, there's so much. Yo, bro, I feel like, I don't know if that had happened to all of us, but y'all ever run into somebody, you going through something, right? And you trying to alchemize or whatever, and then this random person just pops up out of nowhere. They give you like these words of like wisdom, and then when you look back, they're gone like the wind. I'm like, yo, what
all the time, but especially early on in my journey, all the time. I want to before we get off, I want to touch something. What Lee calls synchronicity, I call calibration. I guess even recalibration. You know, those things had to happen. Without those things happening, you wouldn't have made the choices that you made. You wouldn't have took the actions that you made. What stood out to me the most was you say you took the cast, you took the neck cast off or whatever it's called. When you took that off.
Yeah.
And what I saw in that, you taking that off, was a declaration that you're not accepting what that signifies by having it on, by wearing it. Remember we talk about placebo effects, and you feel me? You could trick a person into their illness if they believe.
Yeah.
And the reason why I'm sorry, go ahead. I said the reason why I wanted to mention the accident is because what you said earlier, sometimes you're forced to make a choice or you make the choice yourself. That was kind of both in one incident right there. So yeah. Go ahead, Titi. Sorry.
It reminds me of I've got a card in my Shaman's Dream Oracle message, and it talks about the cosmic self, where it's meditation and stillness, and it's like no one in the universe is speaking to you, because otherwise you're going to get sick. Otherwise there's going to be the law of accident. There's going to be something that happens to allow you to reset, because in that still quiet period, what you need to hear gets loud. And what you did in the way that you changed the way you were thinking about the situation, it changed the way that you were feeling about it, changed the way that you experienced it, and now it becomes a highly conducive timeline for you instead of just like negative synchronicities, right? So you're cycling unconscious behavior in that moment, and you're coming into pure creator mode when that happens. So that means that you're paving a new path, and that's how you alchemize almost like trauma, right? That's the creation of the new human. And it can feel alone when those things happen because no one else is mirroring back, like, you know, everyone else is, you're not mirroring back the wounds of others, if that makes sense. Like the way that you're thinking about it, like your mother or your father may say it in a way of, oh my gosh, like poor you, like, or victimization, and things like that. But you're kind of seeing things differently, right? It was the same thing with me in the phone situation. And it's like, instead you mirror love and courage and peace and harmony because you have a deep knowing of what the innate truth of that is, and that is rare, and that is a rarity. So you become the one that's responsible for your community. You're responsible for the health of your organism, and you take it into your own hands, right? So that's the soul that is experiencing the temporal experience of being, you know, in the physical construct, where you ask yourself, do you want to continue, you know, the suffering timeline, or and you keep cycling that, or do you want to tune into infinite possibilities and continue a life without suffering and step into harmony? And that's like, okay, now you have like, what you get some really good payout on the case there, and it's just, there's just so much beauty in it. Yeah, knock on wood. It's like everything comes full circle, and it's like, because you're seeing it from a higher perspective where, okay, I'm in this gameplay experience. Maybe it's like, oh, I actually chose to bump into myself and it came with more than one blessing.
Boom. And it's funny that you said it's called the law of accident. I'm like, yeah, it was an accident, all right.
It never happens by accident, right? But
yeah, true.
It's hard for the mind to understand, oh, okay, that was just an accident. No. Things collide with things that are supposed to come into cohesion, like they're supposed to coincide when things collide. That's what the synchronicities are.
Beautiful.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. That was beautiful.
Oh, thank you. Also wanted to talk about
Happy to hear that you made it through, man. That's great.
No doubt. You know what? I told my weekly group that, like, hey man, this shit could slow me down, but it ain't gonna stop me. I know what I'm here for, and it's definitely not. I could have died so many fucking times. Trust me, I'm here for a purpose, and I know what my purpose is: to be the living example of the power of God. Straight up. I wanted to talk about synchronicities as well, because when I was in Egypt with that group with Richie and them, we had went to. I'm not sure if I'm saying this correctly. The Sun Temple of 𝓤𝓪𝓷𝓻𝓪? Does that sound familiar?
I think so. Which city was this in?
Oh, I don't know the city. I just remember the name of the temple because we couldn't go. We tried to go up onto this temple up on a hill to go meditate, but they had the hill kind of like gated in and was blocked off because I think they started doing excavating. So we had to go down to this animal rescue sanctuary, or like this horse farm rescue sanctuary right below the hill, so because we could only get that close to meditate and do a little ritual. But what I wanted to say was, after we did the ritual, we were all leaving, and I was kind of mad because they had one camel in the whole spot, and they said, the lady was like saying, don't touch the camel, because the camel was kind of pissed off because like its previous owner was like abusing it or something like that. And I was like, okay, I can't touch the camel. But when we were leaving, this one horse started coming up to me. Like, it was actually coming up to me, and because I'm like real in tune with like nature and like animals and all that. And I was just like, and I wasn't sure if like if I could touch it, but it was like coming up to me. I started petting the horse and everything, and it had me thinking this morning. I was like, oh yeah, the year of the fire horse. That was a sign right there. That was a synchronicity. So and another thing, the lady that ran the place, it's called PFK Horse Farm and Animal Rescue. Her name is Emma Thompson. And if you know what the name Emma Thompson means, Emma Thompson is an actress from the movie called Back to the Future. One of my very, very favorite movies of all time, because the point of that movie is he went back in time to fix the problems with his family. And that's what I always felt like I needed to do, was I need to go and try and fix stuff in my family. And here I am now. It's supposed to be basically a curse breaker for my family. Yeah, that's all I want to say. Just synchronicities. Follow all the breadcrumbs, man. Just follow the breadcrumbs. My life is crazy. If I could just show you guys half the shit I see on a daily basis, you'd be like, what? But I know it's like if somebody's right next to me and I try and show them, they'll be like, what are you talking about? Like, never mind. You're not gonna see it the way I see it, so forget it. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
I remember that was happening when I was in Egypt as well, at the beginning of the year. It's like I was driving through Cairo and I was seeing like fire horse billboards everywhere. And they don't even celebrate like the Chinese New Year there. So I'm just like, okay, we can feel the energy coming in for it. And we come around. We have it next week already on the day of the new moon eclipse in Aquarius. So anything that is coming into your life during this time, whether that be opportunities, people, timelines, experiences, ideas, it's almost like the prelude or preview of what's to unfold in your life. And it's going to happen in ways that you can't really control, but you can kind of co-create with, because this is momentum that's been building, and now it's about a year of kind of receiving. And again, it's like the wave analogy, where the wave, it goes out, it hits a boundary, and it comes back amplified. And that's basically your intention being sent out, you following that intention with action, which creates, again, kinetic energy, momentum, and then that collapses through the physical realm. So it's like we're being called to be in this flow state and this embodiment, not to be separate from the things that we want from in our life, but to live the version of our life that we want to experience. And if we find ourselves kind of viewing it from a lens that maybe we don't like, well, we can change that in an instant, literally in an instant. And it's a choice. So it's all about the power of choice right now. And someone was talking about, the fire horse and the fire year. Well, fire is the heart chakra. That's the ultimate alchemization point. So it literally is all about, our interconnectedness to all things. It is about self-love. In order to access our upper dantian and our higher intuitive faculties, we must first master our relationship with the physical realm and the relationship that we have with ourselves.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah.
I don't know about y'all, but I'll be appreciating the little moments of silence after everything. It just be there. I don't know, man.
It's kind of like, in a way, like, you really at peace with people you want to be around with when you could just sit there and be quiet. You don't have to try and fill the air with something. Just sit there and just appreciate being around each other.
It's what I call the hum. It's the hum. It's the hum that speak the loudest. It's the silence that speak the loudest. It's like Mo sitting back there. I just been waiting for him to say something because I feel he got
contemplating. Go ahead, Mo.
I'm like your words earlier, bro. Now I'm in observation mode, just cooling, enjoying the vibes, and letting y'all cook.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's kind of where I'm at. Now I'm just like, all right, I'm sitting back, just soaking it all in, man.
It's funny that you said that, right? Because in my newness of presenting myself like this, right? That's really the role that I wanted to come in and play, just hold the space, right? But I know TT wasn't going to allow it. I know Retro wasn't going to allow it, because we vibe in the chat. So, yeah, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing,
What I'm admiring in this moment is something that I said to Mo a while back, and we spoke about this a lot, where we were saying, okay, we both go into our hermit mode, and then we'll reach back out to each other, and it's like, okay, how are you doing? Like, what are you experiencing? And we're like, yeah, we've just been in a hermit. And we're like, yeah, we think it's time to go back out, and we're both experiencing it at the same time, right? And I'm like, okay, when we go back out into the world, it's going to be interesting because we've never been this octave of ourselves before. So the new people and opportunities that we're going to pull our way are going to be like a reflection of the internal work that we've done. And we've kept going through these cyclical cycles, right? Each time ascending into a higher octave. And we were like, okay, this feels different now because I don't know what this is going to look like, but I'm really optimistic about what this may look like. And it feels like now I'm in this kind of moment of appreciation for all the internal work that's happened behind the scenes to come into alignment with so many resonant souls, and just to have a space where we can hold space and have people just come online, and there is this electrical communication that brings us back into coherence, back into alignment with our purpose, with our why, with our intention, and our interconnectedness to all things. It's a moment of deep gratitude. We only get to experience that because we didn't have that. We had the stark contrast previously.
It all comes back around full circle.
Mm.
Time of year where it's like, like you said earlier, we're moving to that fire horse time. So it's kind of like, visibility is everything right now. You put yourself out there in new ways and not really just getting your own way right now. I think we spoke about this earlier about how the universe. You say there's a lot too, PT, the speed of alignment, and that phrase right there is going to be like, I would say, things for the year, because stuff is going to be moving so fast in many ways. You got to be so present in the moment to be able to like keep up. You know what I'm saying? Like the universe is pushing us so much to be so moving now, to where it's like everything is kind of like moment to moment at this point. No matter what it is, whether it be resources, whether it be knowledge, whether it be friendship or tribes and stuff like that. And a lot of these things are happening in I would say an amazing. The sequence is so dope. But again, so like all of us on the call right now did the work to prepare for the way of let me say action shit. Action, you know what I mean? Engagement, integration, come up, wealth building, whatever we're doing out in this world that actually expand, but visibility is everything right now. And, I'm just happy to be visible. I'm happy to be out here, man. I'm happy to be, on here, being able to share my perspectives and building with other like-minded people. And just like TT said, like your outer experience is going to end up being a reflection of all the inner work you've done. And I'm grateful that I have people that I'm dealing with hands-on right now that tap in, and they really are receiving the work that I put in. So all of that is 100, man. So that's, and I appreciate y'all. And thanks for having me, man. And bringing me to the fold of things, and I'm sure we can all stay in contact as well, man. I got the ID right there, so we got to build, we got to keep building, man. All we got.
all we got.
All we got.
All I gotta say is, man, we should all, everybody in the call, in the chat, everybody should be excited, because just like TT said, you've never been this octave before. You've never been this version of yourself before. So you're not coming from the perspective of survival or fight or flight. You're coming from the perspective of wealth, abundance, prosperity. So just imagine where it's going to go from there. That's what you have to look at. Where it's going to go from there.
You have a new earth, bro. You have a new earth, bro. That's what we own.
Yep.
I see what you mean. Because it's like you could read a book. I know this like random, but it's like you could read a book on riding a bike. You could study how to ride a bike, but you truly won't know how to ride the bike unless you get on it and ride it. You might fall a couple times, but the more you get back up and don't give up, you'll start seeing more things. Eventually start doing tricks on it.
Yep. No hands. Yeah, I know.
If we can't apply what we talking about.
No, it's so true.
Yeah.
And you only get to experience the fulfillment and joy of when you finally get your balance and you get things going and you create that momentum, because you didn't have it previously. So it's like, again, we experience gratitude in this realm from that stark contrast. And in that we find beauty in the journey itself. It was never about the destination of where we're going, because the possibilities and roads are endless. You've got the vehicle now, you have the operating system, and you can apply that to any aspect or area of your life.
And then another thing, like I never really understood when everybody was like, we all the same, until like a year ago, 2 years ago. We are all the same consciousness. We are all the same consciousness, and just in different expressions, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I like to look at it like it's all basically the same story. We're all just telling the same story from different perspectives. That's it.
That's the beauty. Source experiencing itself through subjective lenses. Because I have never walked a day in your shoes, and you've never walked a day in mine. But there is always something, again, when we're brought into resonance, there's more similarities than we think. Even though it's different experiences, it usually is the same lessons, but they're designed to assist us in the way that we needed in that moment, and that we continue to. It's always benefit for the soul's evolution. And it all brought us here, to this place of remembrance. So it's like how uniquely crafted the journey was for you and your individual energetic signature. You can only be in awe of it.
It's beautiful. Love you guys, man. This is great. I love
I
this.
don't know who said it. I'm kind of caught between Retro and Lee, but somebody said something that made me write this down. Only you could think yourself out the boxes that you accepted. If anything that you accepted has become a prison to you, regardless of who played the part. You see, regardless of who played the part, everybody played the part, and we wouldn't be here. So regardless of who played the part, only you could think yourself out of the boxes that you accepted. Now that could be a prison to you, or it could be freedom for you. But it's definitely gonna take a choice.
I see that as the box is invented by people who are afraid, like the right thing to do, and then you realize the fear that you took on was never really yours, and that could be fear of judgment, fear of how you're being perceived. But I feel like a lot of emotions that I feel, I'm like, is that actually my emotion, or is it something that I'm picking up on in the field? And then you recognize that, oh, that's actually, it's not mine. There's a strongly charged, usually emotional event that happens in your past that led to a belief system being formed in that moment. And it was never yours to hold on to. And when you recognize that and you decide, did it come from love or fear, then you're liberated.
Yeah, because the natural role of the universe is expansion. So only humans are trying to keep you down into a box, like you say, because of fear.
Stay stuck.
Naturally, we're supposed to expand.
Stay the same.
Because we don't, the shackles don't get put on us. We put them on ourselves.
Because
like
it's easier to cling on to familiarity, even if it's detrimental to you, because it's all you know. And whether it's negative or positive, if negativity is all you know, if the mess is all you know, if toxicity is all you know, anybody gonna find themselves more comfortable there than to what's outside of that. You don't even know what outside of that look like if you ain't been exposed to it. And we can apply a lot of things to that.
That reminds me like of the caveman story, like how they inside.
I was just thinking that
their whole life, and then
I was just thinking that, bro.
And they not that they afraid, but they confused. They're like, yo, the sunlight, bushes, trees, what's going on? I'm gonna go back inside the cave where I'm comfortable.
Yeah. I was trying to think if that story was like had a particular title to that story, but the cave story, yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Something I was gonna say. See if it comes back around.
I feel like as well as growing consciously, it's never like a comfortable thing, because sometimes we don't have all the answers right there and then. So it's like we have to accept it bits by pieces, even when we don't understand it, because eventually one day we end up understanding that. Like maybe we wasn't meant to understand it right there and then, because everything is like, I say like the universe is just calculated. It's very smart. It's like a very smart thing. You know what I'm saying?
Divine timing. Yep.
My observation, personally, usually the things that we don't understand, if we don't understand them, is because somebody else attached to it to bring the understanding, to make the understanding available. That's where them strange occurrences occur that you was talking about, them passerbys. It might just be the lady at the checkout counter. You see the old man at the bus stop, you know, the person walking their dog past your house that just say something to you that speak to your soul, you know, that amplify your spirit, you know, and be what you need in that moment that couldn't have came from nobody close to you.
I'm kind of getting a message about when you get an idea and you have the opportunity to become a conduit. If you don't act on that idea, then the universe will give it to someone else who's going to be courageous enough to act upon it, because it needs to get out there. And maybe that's like writing a book, and only like 1% or 2% go on to actually do it in the physical. So there's and I remembered what I was going to say, it came back around. It was about this millionaire, and I think then he went broke, but he didn't care about losing anything in the physical realm, because it was within him what he needed was within him. He knew that he built himself up once. He can do it again. And it's not because it's like equipment or it's because of, you know, anything in the external. It's because of what he has within him to do it. It's, yeah, I don't know how to word it, but it's like the DNA is already there. He doesn't need anything external. He has the skills, he has the abilities that he's acquired, so he can do it from his pure will. It's like a knowing at that point. It's not even faith. It's a knowing that you have everything within you that you need, and there is enough abundant resources on this planet that is available to you if you apply yourself. And there's something around that with the idea that I feel like it kind of bleeds into it, where if you don't act upon that idea or that concept that someone else may give you and it comes forth into your mind, like 𝓬𝓪 said earlier, you're never really speaking to anything that isn't you. It is you. So, and sometimes ideas, again, it kind of reminds you of not everything has to look like light for it to be light. So sometimes the ideas can come through things that you don't want to see, things that are triggering to you, things that are actually showing you what it is you want. Especially if you talk about like envy, right? What do they talk about with the heart's desires and envy? I think it's like envy. I don't know. It just shows you what it is that it dissolves envy when you understand that they're showing you. It's you showing yourself what it is that you want, that the mind believes that it does not have already. And it's just this, sometimes the gift can come through that shadow. Sometimes the gifts can come through those low octaves where it discovers, you discover something about yourself that you have to acknowledge. Maybe it is where you're holding yourself back. And you have to trust yourself. You can't externalize your power in that moment, Otherwise you'll see things play out in a different, go on, Stu.
No, I want to talk off. I just put myself in the lineup. You finished?
No, okay, go. I know you got something to say.
We sparked something, and then you just amplified something you said. Just amplified that I need to speak on it. Because you said, like this just don't look like light. And I don't know if anyone had ever had an experience with the what they call it, the internal dweller. I'll say the internal dweller manifesting itself to you, meaning your own shadow manifesting itself to you. But when I say it like this, when my own shadow manifested itself to me, as if I was remember the viewfinders? Depending on how it made these things called viewfinder, and you put these little like disc things, just like before we had DVD players. But they used to have these things called viewfinder, and you put these little discs in it,
Yeah, the red viewfinders. Yeah, you click it. Like this. Yeah.
It display a picture, right? Tell a story. But in this experience that I had around 2016, when my shadow presented itself to me, it appeared like it was coming through the wall, but I know it was coming from within myself. You hear me? And I'll say it like this in all honesty. Regardless of how long I had been on my journey, at that time, I didn't pass the test. I didn't pass the test because even though I knew what it was, the intensity, the frequency, the vibration, a whole lot of things that I was feeling and what I was observing through my mind, but yet I could see in my physicality, it scared me. I had on some beads. I remember grabbing my beads, and I tried to stand 10 toes down in it. But the energy was so strong that the fear, not in the fear, it's a different kind of fear that I'm speaking about. It's more of a reverence, right? But it was so intense, so strong, so heavy that I had to get out. It ran me out the house. It ran me out the house. As soon as I run across the street into the house that was across the street from me, and I touched the sidewalk, and then I looked back at the residence I was standing at the time, immediately lightning struck and hit a tree in the house next to me, and it crashed on the people's car.
Damn.
Yeah. But since that time, you know, since that time, it's been a whole different it's been a whole different journey for me. It's been a whole different journey for me. I was just led to share that for whatever reason. I don't know who that's supposed to speak to, but I was just led to share that, you know, based off Lee and Retro last comments.
Well, like we said earlier, you're a whole different you now than you were back then.
Yeah.
But
And that's just one. I could go back to 2012, where I went through what they call NDEs, you know, for 7 days, and I could taste it. I don't know what death tastes like, but I could taste death in my mouth. I was in a, you know, they say when you can't control your movements, your move, when you can't control your movements, that's normally a sign that we out of here, right? When we can't control our bowels and all that. Well, I was in that state for 7 days.
Damn.
And because I was leaving to go to a funeral, just take y'all through it right quick. It was a Saturday. I was leaving. It's 2012. I was leaving to go to my cousin's funeral, and I remember walking by a palm tree, which is significant palm tree, and I don't remember nothing else. I was out. From what I know, and what I'm gonna share was what I was told. My landlord at the time called his maintenance man to come to the house. The maintenance man said when he got there, I was laid out in the yard. When he picked me up, I was ice cold. He said it scared him. The only thing he knew was to open the door and lay me on the couch. For 3 days, I think it was about 3 days before somebody came and checked on me, because otherwise nobody knew what I was in that state. I had people calling me from Philadelphia at the time, which had contact, because I'm from Florida too, Lee. Salute.
Salute.
I had people calling from Florida, from Philadelphia at the time, to my people in Florida to come, you know, to go to the house and see about me. And that's when my cousin came and he seen me in that state. But the whole point of what I want to focus on is I remember just living through my mind. I remember if I was going to make it through what I was going through, I had to live through my mind. So I kept telling myself, whatever this SHIT is, I'm stronger than it, because I got to live through my mind. I could taste the death. I don't know what death tastes like, but it's the foulest thing. It's the foul. Listen, I ain't never tasted nothing like it in the physical. You know, for like I said, I was in that state for 7 days. The first 7 days, this is the point of it all. The first 7 days, I had a cardinal appear to my kitchen window, and at the church every morning at the church, and that's what woke me up. That's what woke me up. Even though I couldn't move around, it'll wake me up. You know, for 7 days straight, the cardinal. By the 7th day, I was eating again. I could drink fluid. You know, my movement, my strength coming back. My bowels a little stronger. You know, then I never seen the cardinal again. For the next 7 days, from Saturday to Saturday, in my recovery period, my recalibration period, I'll say, a blue jay appeared until I was able to move around. About a second week, I was good. The animals, so that strengthened my connection. I got a strong connection with, which y'all can see. I got a strong connection with birds. You know, the birds connected to the cosmic consciousness. You feel me?
Same here, brother.
So yeah, everything is a part of, everything I present is a part of my journey. This CCN stands for Cosmic Consciousness, NEST. We all a part of the Cosmic Consciousness, whether we identify with it or not.
Beautiful.
That's a deep story. I could share one if you guys don't mind.
We all got them, I'm sure.
It's a little quick one. I remember in the beginning of my spiritual journey, when I Hold on. Nah, yeah. In the beginning of my spiritual journey, I was experimenting with like LSD and stuff like that. Like I don't mind to be, vulnerable and share these type of things because I feel comfortable enough to. Um, I remember in the beginning of my journey, I was so curious about spirituality, energy, how things function, and I guess I had took too much LSD that day. It was like my first time, so I'm just trying to figure out how it functions, how it works. Long story short, I ended up having like a bad trip, whatever the case is, and it showed me so much. It showed me so much of what happens when we don't take our vessel serious, or because I done experienced things I can't even put into words, bro. Like this is crazy. Like I done seen things because they say what the eyes only see 2% or 1% or of the light.
Yeah.
Yeah.
1% of the light
So
spectrum.
I feel like under the influence of this drug or whatever the case people want to call it, I done seen things that it just taught me to take myself more serious. Not serious in the sense where I'm taking life serious, but take my energy and my thoughts and my emotions and monitor them on a more in-depth level, because in me not doing that and letting my mind run loose, um all these unhealed things had came up, and I'm thinking like it's these demons or whatever the case is. You know what I'm saying? Whole time it's just things that were deep within myself that I pushed to the back of my mind, thinking that I can ignore it my whole life. Those things tend to bubble back up. So you're thinking it's like an external force trying to mess with you. Whole time it's like you versus you. So like I like and during this bad trip, like it was crazy. Like I've done seen so many things. I basically felt like I was in a loop of like a hell loop. I don't even know if that makes sense. Like a loop of repetitive, like showing me
Negativity.
basically if you don't get your stuff right on Earth, if this is your like, because I know we probably had multiple human lives, but if you don't get your stuff right here on Earth with the human life that you have, this is like what you're going to experience in the next life or whatever the case is. You know what I'm saying? So it told me to be like more grateful of the life that I have, and more grateful that I have even the ability to observe my mind. Because that's after that, I was like, you know what? I kind of see what it was trying to teach me. Like it wasn't trying to give me fear. It wasn't trying to like show me fear or like make me be afraid. It was showing me like what happens when I play around with what not even my potential, our potential. Like we all have potential. Like what happens when you play around with your potential? Like if you focus on too much negative things, your reality is going to be a representation of what you think. Like you are literally giving birth to, because life doesn't pause, or it's always every millisecond. What's up, baby? Give me a second. Oh, you want some? Give me 1 second before I lose my thought. I got you. I got you. You want to put that on charger? I got you. Back to it though before I lose my thought. What was I? Oh yeah. I feel like damn, what was I? You got through me off. Oh yeah. Back to it. Life is we are giving birth to the life that we perceive 24/7. Every second that goes by, every millisecond that goes by. I mean, time is not really real. You know what I'm saying? It's only something that we made as human beings. You know what I'm saying? Because time, before any of this was here, time wasn't a thing. Like it wasn't. So like back to the story though, I felt like I was in a state of like time disassociation. Does that make sense? Like I was disassociated with time, everything. I feel like that trip was showing me that if I don't have responsibility over my thoughts and my emotions, that if I were to let them run wild and not, clean my garden up, that this is what it's going to be. So after that, like I guess you could say I woke up or started remembering. I'm like, damn, I actually had more power than what I thought I had. Like everything that I thought I was doing accidentally, or everything that I thought I was thinking accidentally, is really has purpose to it. Like it was showing me like every little thing that I thought was a mishap or whatever, it was all intentional. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like that I just wanted to share that story. Like it felt like just an infinite loop of just distress and and like just agony. And even though I was alive, I knew my physical body was here, but like I felt like my soul was going through like, I guess you could say like an infinite loop of just agony and just stress. And I guess because they say heaven and hell, I don't believe they're fixed locations after death. I believe they're here now. But back then, I believed that it was a fixed location because that's what I was taught. That's what I was, oh yeah, be good or you're gonna go to hell, whatever the case is, or or if you're bad, you're going down there. If you're good, you're going up there, or whatever the case is. So I was under that illusion, like, damn, if I don't get my act together, if I don't get myself right, this is what the afterlife consists of. And I'm like, and then as the years went by, I'm like, you know what? I started thinking outside of that. I'm like, wait, hell and heaven's not no fixed location. That's here right now at this current moment. You could have hell or heaven on earth at this very moment. You know what I'm saying? Depending on what side you want to focus on. Yeah.
You'll travel there. That's why I say heaven and hell is like a state of consciousness. And what you both explained, Joseph and Sevu, is like if you remove your five senses, right, that's like locked you into this matrix, which is like your sight, your touch, your smell, your taste, your sound. What you're left with is literally pure awareness. And that's the fact that only experience is occurring, and you're not just a thought, not as an identity, but literally as a presence. And that sixth sense is ether, right? Where ether is also thought. Thought is also linked to time. So you will literally time travel with your own thoughts, with your own mind, and you see the responsibility behind your thoughts and how they, again, your your thoughts are cause, which create an effect in your life. So that's the way I see it. It's almost like you create something and there's like a ripple effect in your life. You see it mirrored back to you. The energy is amplified, and that becomes the universe in which you're living in until you change the physical laws. And the first hermetic principle is that the universe is mental. That's the first law. So it's like you come back to, it's always you. It always has been you. What did you want to say, Lay?
I'm sorry. She Pila said heaven is the frequency, and that's like, yeah, that's truth right there.
Exactly. Heaven
Yeah,
is a frequency.
because I'm like, who taught us that is only available to you in the afterlife? If the quote unquote afterlife, I feel like we've been taught that through humans have been teaching us. We're part of this. Yeah, how do I explain this? Like this been part of us since the beginning. Like since they misconstrued it. Like they had taught us that heaven and hell are in the afterlife, when I believe that's here right now. Like that's not when you die or quote unquote die, because we never really die. We live forever. So
that's literally what it is. And I remember I was having a conversation with one of my like Uber drivers in Luxor, maybe like last year, and he's like very religious, right? Because this Islam is like very popular there. And so I'm having this conversation with him, and it's really interesting because he's talking about war. And as he talks about war, he starts getting into this low frequency and this low vibration. So I'm speaking to him and I'm like, don't you think that, okay, he's talking about these people will go to hell upon judgment day. And I said, don't you, if you think about it, what plane of consciousness, like I was explaining it to him, not in that way. I was almost like, don't you think that if people like throwing bombs on another country, do you think that comes from love, or do you think it comes from fear? And he talks about, oh well, it's definitely not love, right? And I'm like, obviously it comes from fear, from like they're scared, so they have this love of power. So don't you think that they're already in alignment with hell? I'm saying, okay, if they're on a hell, they're in hell on earth because they're operating from fear. And I said the same thing with you. Don't you think that when you talk about war, you start going into a place where you're sad, where you go again, like you become very depressed. He talks about he was really, really depressed when he's speaking about it. But when I talk about something else and it uplifts you, don't you see you start experiencing almost like a heaven on earth? And I would say, don't you think that your current state of being kind of determines, I was saying it in more like, kind of way that he could understand. But I was saying, don't you think that you're in alignment with heaven, or you're in alignment with hell? And heaven is really returning to the body. That's what it is. It's that you're not ascending out of the body anywhere, but instead you're ascending into the body. It's where the higher self comes into form and you bring source into matter. It's where you bring heaven on earth and you become a piece of that heaven on earth, because as you heal your body emotionally, you also heal the earth and you become a conduit, and you dismantle the matrix belief systems that, again, all the matrix is, it's an inversion of truth. That's what it is. It's the Merkaba spin pointed away, the apex is pointed away from the immaterial plane and is pointed towards the material. It's designed to entangle you in the system. That's how we designed it, for it to be challenging, for it to be, again, something that the soul can go through, that level of resistance and that level of contrast. So that's the way that I see it with like heaven and hell on earth. You can both have those dualistic potentials and perspectives on the same situation that coexist within you. But you are the key to move through the realms.
Yeah, I go back to what we were saying earlier about the idea of what would the game be if we didn't have gatekeepers? You know what I'm saying?
The heart becomes heaven. Hell becomes the lower dantian, right? Where you're locked in too much to the physical realm. And your crown is almost the bridge between realms, where it's the connection to you in source, right? The connection to you in your higher self. That's what 5D is. 5D is gamma perception. When we talk about brainwave states, gamma perception, they call it superhuman consciousness, because now you're viewing life on earth through the lens of your higher self. The 5D is not a location externally. It's this way of being. It's a way that you perceive the world. And 3D is the illusion of separation, right? Where you see the self and other, and it's you versus me versus you, but then it becomes you working with yourself, and that is unity lens. It's a unified field of perception. You shift the frameworks and literally how you view this reality, and that's mastery over this realm, is to understand your interconnectedness. And that's what the soul came here to remember. Ultimately, that's what 5D is.
That remind me, I think it was yesterday, Titi said something about it feel like running through the aisle like the flower girl.
Yeah, but the funny thing is, with the way you say it now, I'm almost like, yeah, but people kind of doing that, but they can throw unconscious seeds, right? It's like you're throwing all these petals and like these different seeds that are your thoughts, but you can be going through the aisle in this life, and you can be throwing like just seeds and you don't even know what they are. It's like you're not even aware of it, or that you could be scattering literally weeds to faster, and it's taking responsibility for like what it is. I don't remember what I said in the reading about the flower girl, but I think I said something around you're throwing these like petals down the aisle and these seeds, and they're blossoming when they need to. You know how seeds they harvest at different times of the year, but there is fertilization and agriculture and harvestation year round, but it's because there's a secret order to what is happening, especially if you don't know what that seed is. You don't have the packet of it. It's something you've collected. Yeah.
You know what else? I always thought about that. Like, this is something I always thought about. I don't really see. I see Earth as a training ground. I don't really see it as a war zone. But I see why people would see it as a war zone, because through our own irresponsibility of our thoughts, can't we create things in the unseen on a energetic level where these entities can, like, we can give, like, let's say, like, through enough negative thought, couldn't we give birth, they call them egregores or something like that, couldn't we give birth to, like, with enough negative thought, give birth to like a negative energetic entity that doesn't need a physical body? I guess you can call them demons or whatever. Same thing as in, like, if we were to think positive thoughts, wouldn't we be able to create celestial beings, like, as in like light workers and stuff like that?
I literally go on, so I have something coming out.
I just want to ask a quick question. Depending on how you're thinking, your thoughts could be angelic forces for you or demonic forces for you.
'Cause I always
And
those are-
I'm like,
I was always told, if you don't use your angels, they become your demons.
yeah, cause you ever thought about that? Like I got you, baby. You ever thought about that? Like when people argue in a condensed space, right? And you never been in that space, but as soon as you enter that space, let's say it's like negative people thinking negative thoughts in that space, and you were to enter that space, you could feel the heaviness or the.
Oh yeah.
But then there's another space where people are just positive. The only thinking positive thoughts. They're very aware of what they thinking and putting out into the space. So when you walk into that space, you feel light. You feel kind of like you could fly. I don't know.
Yeah. It's
That's why-
literally
Eco-friendly fire, something like that. Eco-friendly. You know what I'm saying? Plants.
it's literally
juicy,
expansion versus contraction. Literally.
It's the architecture of the field itself. That's why people sage, right? They clear the energy. Like you can tell the energy when you walk in a house, even if there's no human there. I feel like that's also part of like disembodied souls as well, and like ghosts in haunted houses. It's how much trauma has happened in that space, in that realm, and how it manifests into the physical. And I'm gonna do like a whole session on like how demons and everything manifest, but it's like the architectural consciousness itself, where the fundamental aspect of it is nothing you encounter is truly external. Every single being, every entity or archetype that you perceive, right, they're all subconscious manifestations. So every like kind of refraction is your own frequency. It's a mirror that reveals what your field is holding, amplifying or it's suppressing. And usually the lower octaves, right, in the dimensional field. So if you're operating subconsciously from a place of like fear or hatred or anger, well, you're in a dimensional field. And remember, dimensions aren't spatial concepts. The brain is formatted to believe that they're frequencies and they're self-organized. So you can think about it as levels, right? So in that dimensional field that you're operating in, you're drawing in experiences that are in resonance because you're in the territory lane of that dimension, right? So now there's beings that occupy those realms that you've created from that place. So there's no random encounters. Instead, you attract what the subconscious broadcasts. It's all manifested from the subconscious. These are the frequencies embodied in your emotional body, and that's why sovereignty begins with our self-awareness, and why protection begins with the truth. And those are everything to do with like galactic mirrors to entities or archetypes in the subconscious field. But even lower vibrational beings that you even encounter, like in the astral realm, if we talk about archons or parasitic draconian entities, any kind of shadow inherently like malevolent beings, they're essentially just unprocessed emotions that are waiting to be hopefully accepted. And then when you do unconditionally love those aspects of self and you determine, okay, where they manifested from a place of love or fear, it dissolves. They actually transform into higher beings. So yeah, I'm going to do like a whole thing on that, but it's created from high vibrational beings, which are like crystalline. They'll be iridescent. They may take on like a geometric form. They could be angelic or hybrid kind of beings. But those are frequencies that come from, sovereignty and you having a stable identity, emotionally integrating, and you having inner harmony that leads to expanded awareness, because you will not perceive anything that you're not in resonance with, right? So they're not even separate guides. They're just you in higher octaves. That's what it is.
I see. Yo, that's crazy. That's why, like in movies, like Insidious, right, or something like that, right? Instead of fighting like the negative ghost, they end up like hugging the negative ghost and showing it love instead of fighting it and transmuting it, because you can't fight hate with hate. You can only transmute it. That's crazy. So, and another thing, if people are not prepared enough mentally, do you believe they can get hijacked by these certain beings and make them believe that these thoughts that they're thinking are their own thoughts?
That usually comes from poor energetic hyping, but that's what like possession is, right? So that manifests.
Most spoke about leaks earlier, and the way that Mo spoke to leaks, I call them, energetic holes, energetic tears. Retro spoke to something that was very significant. He said, something about when you go into a negative space versus when you go into a positive space. What I find so peculiar about that and what I was being shown is it depends on what space, and TT touched on it. It depends on what space we operating in the most, because that's what's going to determine how we being affected, whether it's a negativity or positivity. Because a negative person will go into a positive space and don't be able to integrate that energy. They got to get they behind up out of there. You see, on the same token, it can happen. You see, a positive person can go into a negative field, right? And all their positivity, they got to get they up out of there.
I feel what you mean, because
the leaks and the tears and the holes that they may be carrying, that this negativity or positivity may be interacting with. But the person, the individual is the determiner. The individual is the soul controller.
I see what you mean, because I had a dream. Oh, not a dream, but I had like an example in my head. Like, let's say there was 100 black candles and you're the white candle. If you go into a room with all the black candles, but your light, like, let's say like your light is lit, right? It don't matter if it's 100, 1,000, 1,000,000 black candles. You don't be affected by the black candles, because that one white candle could turn all those candles white. But if the white candles willpower and determination is like not there, all them black candles will end up turning or end up putting that one candle's light out. But literally one candle can affect all the other candles, if that makes sense. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. And
That makes sense.
dominant. It's the dominant vibration. That's what you're speaking about. Like, you can be positive, let's say 10% of the day, but if unconsciously at 90% of the day you are like having unconscious, subconscious, core belief systems where your internal state is really not in harmony, well, that's what it is that you're going to predominantly see manifested in your field. So how conscious are you of your subconscious mind? Because I think it's Carl Jung that says, until the unconscious becomes conscious, it will continue to determine your life, and you'll just call it fate, right? Yeah. Where it's like, oh, the power is always outside of my control, but the power comes in the 0 point. Like, and another thing I want to talk about, the 0 point, whether it's angels or demons, your internal state must remain the same in the presence of like a draconian archetype as it would be in the presence of an angelic being. It's not oh my gosh, there's an angel and da 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 da. No, because that's not the 0 point. In the 0 point, you're unshaken. You're at a center where nothing can pull you from your center, right? Not into fear or to inflate with an illusion. So every archetype you encounter is shaped by your own resonance, almost like a tuning fork. You can think about it like that, where you're drawing in beings that match what you haven't yet integrated, or you have integrated and that's just being mirrored to you in the realm around you. So if you attract parasites, then it's a confrontation essentially, or an invitation for you to no longer abandon where you're leaking your energy and where you're leaking your life force, or maybe giving yourself away unconsciously, but instead your power comes in absolute responsibility for your creation. So if you've manifested an archon into your timeline, or you've manifested, I don't know, like a lower vibrational being of some kind, then it comes from the subconscious layers. And it's usually, again, like echoes of your timelines of where you felt unsafe before. And when you transcend that fear, you actually liberate that fractal of self. And it's almost like a memory that's crystallized into your field, and it's waiting for you to be present enough to recognize it, to kind of set yourself free. And in that, your protection becomes your awareness. And energetic hygiene is so important, where you can go into a space that may, again, as Joe said, it may have like a low vibrational essence to it, but you recognize it as not your own because you have a strong field. You're not taking on the energy of your environment. You're not becoming a product of your environment. And it reminds you of something that I spoke about Mo with when I was in Peru, where I used to have sleep paralysis all the time growing up. I was so super sensitive between realms, and I didn't know what energetic hygiene was or anything of that nature. So I had like where I had like tactile hallucinations where I could feel something running across my body. I said, "Oh Lord, I hope that it's a cat," and I wake up eventually and there's no cat in the room, but I felt something clearly run up and down my body. And for a long time, like I thought it was a demon, or I thought it was, again, something really, really negative. But as the veil thins, your awareness kind of stretches beyond the physical plane, and you naturally become more sensitive to the realms that sit between the waking and the dreaming state, right? So the astral, the etheric, the emotional, and the dimensional layers where your subconscious architecture begin to express itself into form. And one of the clearest examples that I've had with sleep paralysis, like recently, I told Mo about this in Peru, actually the day after I went to 𝓤𝓪𝓭𝓪𝓭𝓪. And I do meditations every night and energetic hygiene, but I was really, really tired from that day. So I wasn't as aware during meditation as I could have been before I was prepping for the astral realm. So I had this encounter with this being, and it was tactile, it was visual, and it was auditory. So I thought that someone broke in during the middle of the night, and I've had them all. I've had ones that I thought I was being abducted. I've had ones where I was having visuals, but this person came into the room, right, this entity, and they came up by my bed, and my first thought was, okay, did somebody break in? That's my first concern. Like, did someone break in and something's going to happen? Then I feel something like touch me, right? And I'm like, okay, I know exactly what this is. I've been in this realm before. I know exactly what's happening. And most people experience that moment as like terror because the nervous system becomes frozen, right? But I know how to regulate my nervous system. So the astral body is like partially active. And this is like a dimensional intersect point where you're conscious enough to witness the beings that live within your own field. That's essentially what's happening. So in that, most recent encounter that I had with sleep paralysis, it was like a predatory presence, right? It was like dominating, and it was like, draconian. It was like a frequency of dominance, control. It had this love of power. And in the past, I would have reacted from fear. But this time my question was very different because it's been many years since I had it. So instead I asked myself, is this being acting from love, or are they acting from fear? And in that moment, when I asked that, something happened, right? And I realized this being wasn't external. It was an internal frequency within me being projected. So then my relationship changed with it. And I said, okay, everything that looks like light, everything that is light doesn't have to look like light, right? So that was a fractured part of my own subconscious mind. It was an octave that was unintegrated. It had this fear forming itself into an archetype. That's what it is. We have many different archetypes. So instead of rejecting it in that moment, I fully accepted it, and I spoke to it, and I said, hey, I know you're scared. It was a part of me that was asking to be held, and I didn't see it as a threat in that moment, and it lost all of its power. And it's because I realized that, again, I met it with unconditional love. I first of all took it for responsibility, accountability, that it was in my field and that I had created this. And I met it with emotional, not just emotional love, but love that comes from a recognition. And it just dissolved. And it's like it broke apart in that moment because I realized it was never an enemy, but it was from my own field. It was a wounded aspect of myself. And the monsters are mirrors. That's what it is. They're distorted memories. And the entities actually become, if you pay attention and you speak to them, they're information. They tell you exactly what it is that's going on within you. But you stop running. You stop running in the moment the archetype stops chasing you. You resist it, it's going to grow in power because you're feeding it with fear. That's why they say archons feed off of fear and all these like frequencies, right? So that is like multi-dimensional mastery, essentially. And you're not being attacked by entities. You're never being attacked by anything. Instead, you're meeting parts of yourself that haven't been loved yet. So your relationship with the unseen realm, your relationship with the shadow, that's the real shadow work. That is real shadow work. And, it's like aspects of yourself are returning home. And that's what it is to heal. To heal is to become whole with, not to separate or reject that aspect of self or feel shame about that aspect of self. And that was like the first encounter that I had, for many years. And it was a blessing. It was a spherical motion. I was sitting at a higher, again, like bandwidth. I understood how to deal with these now because I've done the internal work. So you have to take accountability with everything around and being, I'm a victim to my circumstances, or the world is out to get me, or things are out to get me. No, like say we said earlier, it's all you. It's all you. And if you can come back to that fundamental law of one, and one is all and all is one, and source playing with itself through countless life forms and expressions, you're liberated.
You got to take accountability because you take your power back. And that's the problem with a lot of people. They don't want to take accountability, so they think the power is outside of them. No, it's inside of you. Take the accountability, take the responsibility, You know you're a creator. Well, you probably don't know, but you are a creator of your own reality. Take responsibility and let that mirror out of you.
Even if we don't know, we know. We know what we be doing.
Yeah.
We know what we be doing. You like
That's
to
true.
know what
We do
not
know.
Yep.
We just forgot. That's the thing. We just forgot.
And it's not even.
I want to say thank you guys. Because it's past midnight this way, man.
Yeah,
I get
when
to it early
you're
this morning, so yeah, it's about that time for your boy. But I appreciate the build. I appreciate the insight. I appreciate the store shopping. I appreciate everything, man. They definitely stay in contact. But yeah, hopefully you guys continue to build. You know, I know it's early on the outside, but your boy about to get ready to take it down. Man. Thanks a lot, man. Appreciate you guys.
No, thank you for coming, Mo. We'll definitely hop on again soon. And Mo's Instagram, his YouTube is all in the description link of this video for anyone that wants to give him a follow and reach out to him. He's a godsend. Thank you, Mo.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you, man. Your boy about to lay it down, man. It's about that time, man. Much love, y'all, all right? Peace and love, all right?
Have a good night, man.
You can have no earth vibe cracking on here, all right? Peace out, y'all.
Right, Mo. See you.
Bye, baby. Bye, baby. All right.
Yeah, TC, you know what that reminded me of?
What?
That you ever seen Dora?
Yeah.
Would she be like swipe her nose?
No swiping.
You feel me? I feel like we gotta be the same way. Like if we give it fear and we give it what it wants, it basically we lose. But if we could stay in the opposite of that frequency, which would be love and stuff like that, we end up, you know, trailblazing through whatever it is that sets us back, if that makes sense.
I'm gonna find it. I did a reading on Dora the Explorer a couple of years ago, and I actually spoke about swiping and no swiping as well. It's what you said, right? Where it's like you're taking full responsibility for the frequency that you're holding, even if that's unconscious, and it's not like punishing. It's not self-punishing. It's actually honorable. Like it's the way that you're honoring yourself and you're honoring all of yourself. So the most, you know, I would say the way to integrate this is one, a being or entity arrives in your field. The one question you should ask yourself, even in the physical experience, when someone comes into your field or an opportunity or maybe something that seems like it's unfortunate, what state of consciousness was I in when this arrived? What was my vibrational state at the time of attracting this person, this event, when I came into this world line collision? And that responsibility is not about having guilt. Instead, it's about actual sovereignty and understanding what enters your field and becoming aware of the origin point of that. And that's how you reclaim authorship over your, you know, your reality, essentially.
It's so important. It's so important. I just want to touch on. Give me a sec, Retro. It's so important for those that's listening to try to capitalize off what TT just mentioned, because that's what keeps the loop going. If it's not transmuted at the root, that's what keeps the loop going. You can change what you put on, but if you ain't changed the inner man, you ain't changed nothing. So the transmute at the root is what's going to stop the cycle, and it's going to involve how you address yourself. You know, what is this trying to teach me? You know, what is meant by what am I meant to learn? How am I meant to grow through what I'm experiencing? And regardless of how comfortable it may feel, regardless of how terrifying or frightening it may be, we got to be able to ask ourselves the questions that matter, because our soul liberation is tied to it.
100%. And that's the origin point. Does it come from love or does it come from fear? Because the ultimate truth is love. But in this realm, we have the stark contrast of that we're playing with in this realm. I found the reading for Dora the Explorer, right? This was back in 2024. And I decoded the energetic signature behind Dora. And the name Dora actually means the gift. So if you think about the gift and Dora the Explorer, the gift is to explore in this realm. That's what I decoded. And I spoke about like backpack, and backpack is like preparation for adventure, right? That's what it means in the like metaphysical realm. But it can also represent like burdens that you're carrying, right? Like responsibilities and things of the past. And then the map in the map I spoke about was like guidance that you receive in regards to your direction, your sense of purpose. Because I used to like decode a bunch of like films and movies. And then Boots the monkey was like a spirit guide, where Boots in the metaphysical realm represent like, you know, getting more grounded and, you know, taking natural earthy steps in the direction to actualize your aspirations. So it's like a, you know, monkeys like super positive omens as well. And then Swiper, I spoke about. Swiper knows swiping is enforcing energetic boundaries. Swiper is very fast, he's agile, and he's something of a master of disguise. So he simply relies on his natural stalking abilities, sometimes with the aid of like a costume, to sneak up on Dora. And I feel like Swiper is almost like an internal, you know, archetype as well that we go through as we like explore. So yeah, it's super interesting. It's like it could be, again, attempts to steal, you know, key items that Dory needs on her adventures. That's like what his plot is. And there's something around like those internal dual forces of almost like the ego sometimes on the soul's journey. But yeah, it's an interesting metaphor.
Say something, Lee. I feel you.
I was gonna say that wasn't an accident that Retro had mentioned Dora.
I can even get more into it. I mean, I did a whole thing on even like the story I decoded. It was the leveled reading passage, because the way this came about was, I think one of my siblings, or oh no, it was actually my mother's friend who had a daughter who was like watching Dora, and I'm just there and I'm seeing this as a dream, right? And I'm like, okay, what are the messages? Like, I'll just see what the messages are and I'll just decode it. And this one was the troll's toll, where the moral of the story is the 3 billy goats gruff, and it's to never be greedy. And the story of the troll is, you know, knowing that it got greedier from the bigger the goat, the greedier it got. And I basically decoded what his archetype was. So he was predominantly yellow, the troll under the bridge, and then he had just big orange energy from like his beard and his hair. So he was all orange and yellow. And I spoke about the yellow is like the solar plexus that's overactive, because he was like predominantly yellow. And this is experiencing issues of like desiring control over others, or judging, right? Judging too harshly. And that's when the solar plexus is overwhelmed with energy, and it can overstimulate your system. So these are even like archetypes that can manifest in your field, you know, if you see like an overly yellow aspect of you. And then it represents like the wounded animus. You know how you have the anima and animus? It's like ruthless, opinionated, destructive, brutal, reckless, and cold energy, which are like the lower octaves and expressions. And then orange are like signs of the overactive sacral chakra, where you can feel overwhelmed with your emotions, and you can experience these mood fluctuations, and you can have highs and lows and different kind of sensitivities. And that's the anima, which is the wounded feminine. That's hypersensitive, moody, insecure, vain, catty, or uncertain. So yeah, it's super interesting. I decoded like all the different archetypes, and you know, even how the colors, like the colors that the archetypes may take on, the form that they may take on, it's usually linked to like a chakra system as well. So
I wore yellow for a reason. Intentionally for Friday the 13th. Ocean, I wore this for a reason. and the black.
Yeah, I always see the highest expression of the yellow is like, you know, it's cultivating a profound sense of self-trust as you navigate this journey, and confidence as well, and also boundaries too. That's like a huge thing. I'll throw Bear up here as well, because he's backstage.
Oh, nice.
What's good, Bear?
Just chill. There we go. I think I got it on. Yeah.
You good?
There we go. I'm just chilling, enjoying the conversation. Thanks for asking. I think you guys are awesome, clearly. Having a good time. So I won't ask how all of you are. But yeah, I'm good. Thanks for asking. Yeah, I definitely I have all kinds of things I could say about things that you guys have brought up, but the moment has passed. I think I'll just enjoy the vibe, chill, take some breaths with y'all.
Okay. I know. We'll hop off soon here anyway, because it's been a minute.
Yeah, definitely.
Anyone have anything else? I mean, we'll do this again soon. I think I'm gonna hop on anyway for the clips on Tuesday, and hopefully Mo can get on here as well. But if not, we'll
nice.
do it almost like weekly.
This month is going to be so exciting.
Oh, go ahead. I appreciate y'all for having me. I appreciate you, TT, for giving me this opportunity to start stepping out of hermit mode, because I've been in hermit mode too. I did touch on that earlier. You know, I'm a little bit from the older school where I like to interact with people in the flesh. You know, read the energy and eliminate all the yeah. But I appreciate the opportunity, and I'm grateful. I'm grateful.
No, thank you for coming on. I know there's so many times that you've just said absolute bars in the live chat, and I was like, I have the opportunity to get you up here and to speak to you and get you to show face. So thank you for coming on. It was such a vibe, and you had so many insights. I know last time Retro was even on, I had loads of emails where people really found the conversations really helpful. So I know you have some really deep insights. So it's a pleasure and both honor to be able to host you guys. So thank you everyone, and Lee as well, for coming on. It's always a pleasure. I was hoping that you'd come back up on the backstage. I was excited to see you. Hoping to get you and Richie up here together.
Next time we'll get back together.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'll probably hop off here now because I have some work to do. But enjoy the rest of your day, guys. Thank you everyone in the live chat that has been. Yeah, we'll definitely make this a regular thing after this trip I have. And then, yeah, we have a lot of exciting things coming up. So thank you everyone in the chat. Thank you everybody for being here. You're deeply appreciated. Happy Saturday, Aries. Yeah, go for it.
Shall I make an
Thank you
announcement?
all for the wonderful
Go for it.
conversation. Enjoy listening to it.
For those that may not know, I do have a channel. You know, I talk about a lot of stuff that was brought into the equation today. I'm more on the shadow work end of it. You know, I go deep into the confines of us and the things that we have to deal with, you know, in my way, you know, through my language, unadulterated. You know, it ain't for the faint at heart. For real, because I touch those places that can no longer be swept under the rug, you know, to say it in a lenient way. So, you know, for those who interested, feel free to check me out, you know. And once again, thank y'all for making me feel comfortable to even present myself in this manner, because it's new to me.
No, we're always
Thank
holding
you.
space. What's your channel name at 𝓬𝓪𝓬𝓪?
𝓬𝓪𝓬𝓪. 𝓬𝓪𝓬𝓪.
God. Okay, guys. Thank you everyone for watching. We are going to hop off now, and until next time, bye.
Love.